Stop. Me if you think that you can take that pressure. Setting levels, paper driven, then that's my only blessing. Hope has risen, shown a vision is but reality. With meaning and value, I spit this wisdom. Open to these steady bets, but risky ones will evidently get us where the pennies rest. Truth be told, I spend it when I get it, watch those 20 step. Not because I'm sentenced, but we never know how many's left. Days are numbered, wonder why I used to say I wanted this, but now I'm older, life has given me confidence. The complications a burden, but now I know what longing is. Failure isn't an option, but making it is obvious. My sister's talented, kinda lacks a drive, but she's arrogant. Brother's a genius, but his wisdom makes him arrogant. Older sister, I miss her, but similar, she's arrogant. I guess it's thanks to Sharon, I'm no different, look, I'm arrogant. Approach me if you think this is an accident. Back on track of things, but my delivery is passionate. People laugh when I said I would spit about what is happening, but now they ask me how I get the visions that I'm capturing. Live it like the balance on my side when I get challenged. Now I'm open if it happens to be value to my status. Now it's overly apparent when I rap, they look embarrassed. Only facts I can recite because I actually live what happens.
This vibe I feel be motivating, no setbacks this time. I'm about to show my mom I got this, I can do this life. That's why I'm trying to get up, no excuses. Trying to convince myself I can do this. Trying to show myself I'm in control. Trying to show you that I wanna go. I wanna go far away. I wanna make it today. I wanna stack up my pay. I wanna give to my mom what she gave, just to make sure we were safe.
Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. I love these slow types, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Wisdom is what I speak as if this is my only hour. Slow type, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Picture me sitting differently, living like this is ours. I could be fine dining, wine and a white line on my cycle, my name shining. Ride with a dope type and display all my faux diamonds. Hustle openly greeted, keeping them on the edge of the seats like I fit the streets. But my dream is so far from similar. Living large is perimeter based, and if you consider accomplishments on a scale, they can change. Cause that's an image in itself, and if they're really feeling it, then there's no limit to this wealth. My hustle went unnoticed. From the depths of my stone, I constructed my own token. Parted ways with the jokes and got in while the vibes open. Spinning the lines woven like wintry times chosen. I think this is my focus. My limit is sky broken. Lyrically I'm broken. If I live by road, the vision is spike road. It's like a message to myself, and if they're really feeling me, then I don't really need much else. I love these slow types, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Wisdom is what I speak as if this is my only hour. Slow type, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Picture me sitting differently, living like this is ours. Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road.
And you know he be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what I waste. Times money, money pays.
You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what I waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Mad as savage in me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Mom kept asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mum and grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Let's come close, but swear that went ghost with a hair pack. Never boast loud, get your better whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most. no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport been a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be the daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fucks, fake squad, say lots, but flop. Ain't what I'm on, aim up. Don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song. If the vibe is right, the mic will let me on to the signs. I light about it, spit the strong in the line. Pick me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the workplace. To the ball spinner, don't fidget when I burst straight. When I'm all talk when I work late. Fuck what you think, but my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Link Tandy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short chain but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth.
I'm here at Reflex 2023. It is so exciting. The atmosphere is buzzing. I'm seeing engineers, familiar faces. They're all starting to pour in, and they are going to be live streamed later with George Imafidon hosting this amazing event. If you want to see backstage information, follow me, follow RS Group on Twitter, now X, Meta, TikTok, all the usual social media platforms for some insider information. For those of you that can't join in person, watch it virtually. You're going to get so much content over the next few hours. Stay tuned.
All right, can I get some attention, please? So, good afternoon. We need to do better than that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'll go right side first. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, there's you here in the room today, but there's also those that are also joining us online. So welcome to you all to Reflect 2023. The guys at the front are doing it. Cool. So, before I start, I always like to know where people are coming in from. So for those that are joining us online, please type where you're dialing in from. Is it from London, outside of London? And for those of you in the room, where are you coming in from today? Sheffield, you got Sheffield, you got London. I thought he was going to say Newcastle. New Cross, I'll take that, cool. At the back? Beckton, nice. That's south. Is that south? East, Fez. South, love it. So cool. So in terms of myself, I'm George Mafidon. Some of you may know me, but for those that don't know me, I grew up in one of the best places in London. Can anyone guess? Don't say it, Mo. Not you as well, because I know you know. Anyone else? Shout out some places. Imperial College. No, bro. I mean, like, where I grew up, background, part of London. No, I can't because I know he knows. He said Brixton, not Brixton. At the back? Peckham. We got Peckham again. So I came from Peckham. And I guess it's known now for the rooftop bars and everything of that nature. But kind of when I was growing up, it's a lot more rougher than that. And I've told the story last year when I was up here as a speaker. This time I'll be your host for today. But when I was growing up in Peckham, it was interesting. It was a lot more rougher. And when I was 14, my brother was forcibly imprisoned for murder and 6 other charges. I want to just set the scene, set the context. And from that point there, I guess fixing bikes for me and go-karting was almost an outlet. So I kept on kind of doing that, and then eventually, when I realized that interest could potentially lead me to go somewhere, I thought I'm going to continue to pursue it. So I decided to study maths and all the sciences, like some of you might already be doing, and then that led me to do mechanical engineering with programming at UCL. So I'm an engineer, essentially, is the point I'm trying to make. And kind of as I was going down that journey, I realized probably in 2015 that many people that I was growing up with were excluded in year 9, year 10. So they basically just didn't really even make it into year 11. So most of them didn't go this university route. So I was like, let's find a way to support them people as early as possible on the journey. And that's where Motors was born. So alongside engineering, I knew I needed to keep the ladder down. So in 2015, we co-founded Motives, which has been around, I guess, for 8 years now. We supported over 9,000 young people directly to go into STEM and explore those careers. And kind of alongside all of that, now I guess we've got supported by Beyonce, Idris Elba, and of course Lewis Hamilton's one of the big supporters. And last year I came, and speaking about winning the Young Engineer of the Year award from the Royal Academy of Engineering, and most recently, thank you, but most recently, thank you. But most recently, I got a MBE in the King's Honours List. Yeah! So I would like to think we upgraded, and I should be here hosting you today. So alongside that, in terms of what I do, I'm also a race engineer for Lewis Hamilton's race team. So if anyone has any questions about motorsport, which we'll be speaking about later today with 2 of our speakers, you can ask them, but you can also ask me. So that's enough about me. We've also got another host today. For all of you online, you've got the lovely Dr. Sheeny. I always like to add the doctor because it doesn't feel right when I don't, but both, I'll call her Sheeny as well. So if you don't know, she will also be joining me today, so you can come up on stage as I show you. So we both studied mechanical engineering. I guess you qualified as a mechanical engineer. Has anyone heard of fluid dynamics before? Or fluid mechanics, anything? Few people in the room. I'm surprised. Before uni or anything, I didn't have a clue. But you essentially studied your doctorate in fluid mechanics. and became a STEM producer. When I was in Chile, I actually saw one of the people within your team, which I haven't told you, that actually films you as you kind of go around and do a lot of your stuff. So, told you. I've done my research, I've done my stuff. So, and she's got an interest in innovation in all things science, and she does that through authoring a book, which some copies are upstairs.
Yeah, if you want to get a copy of Engineers Making a Difference, so many of the engineers I'm looking at are in the book. You can get copies upstairs.
I'm not in the book, which is a problem, isn't it? You need to work on it. You need to work on it.
Where have you
That's
been?
right. Next installment.
But George, just to say that I'm here to take care of the virtual audience. There's going to be a lot of backstage interviews with our star engineers here today. So for more content on top of everything that George is doing today, come and find us on We Are RS Group on all the social digital platforms. Okay?
Nice. Dr. Sheen, let's give her a round of applause. Amazing. So a little bit about Reflect for those of you that haven't been here before, just to kind of give you a little bit of context. So many of us kind of in the room and online, as I can see visually, and sometimes you can't always see visually, are from what we call the global ethnic majority. Anyone heard that phrase before? Who's heard the phrase BAME before? Exactly, right? But sometimes that phrase can make it seem like we're a minority when you look in the world and we're realistically a majority. So it's a more empowering word and a word to kind of show that we've got a lot more value than sometimes maybe shown. But as a kind of group overall, we're underrepresented in STEM. So if we take the amount of women in STEM, throw some numbers out in terms of percentages, how much do we think? I'll start at the back on my left. So there's 51% of the UK is women. How many people do you think are in STEM in terms of percentages that are women? Go for it. 49. Oh, I wish. I wish. At the back? 8%? Okay, that's a good guess. Higher than that, a little bit higher. 12. Ooh, a little bit higher, getting closer. 23 less. Someone said 14, you're the closest so far. 15, no, 16. What's the next one? 17%. So we've got a big gap in terms of what we need to fill. And if you look at those people that are from the global ethnic majority, that goes down to about 10%. If you're looking at people that are black, that goes down to 1%. Right? And when I was on the Hamilton Commission, essentially Lewis sent me an email which I initially thought was spam, and invited me to the board of the Hamilton Commission because this is what we were trying to investigate, the barriers that young people face, whether they be black or from another part of the global ethnic majority, and why are they facing these barriers and how can we essentially get them into careers within STEM and specifically in his case, motorsport. So that's kind of what we're here to talk about today, to inspire you with all of these stories that we have, to make sure that you know that there's people out there that are getting it done and are representing the field as best as possible, and you could be one of them if you choose to. So you'll have 9 incredible speakers from aerospace, tech for good, motorsports, and also cybersecurity. And one last thing, so I've got beats in my hand. Anyone want to win this? Cool. So in your goodie bag, everyone's got a goodie bag, right? Yeah. Even some of you have empty seats. You might have more than one goodie bag, but anyways. So everyone, in your goodie bag, you've got a bingo card. Yeah? And that bingo card allows you to essentially win a pair of these Beats headphones. If you don't want it, I'll take it. I promise you. I don't mind. So we'll be announcing the winner at 7:30. I'll be announcing the winner. So it's for you to fill out those bingo cards as you kind of go throughout the day. Does that make sense? Yeah? Cool. Perfect. I'll leave this here so you can see it. Motivational purposes only. Cool. All right. So who is ready for some speakers? Let me get a yeah. Love that. Okay, cool. So the first speaker, the first up today, is all things aerospace. So show of hands if you've ever taken a flight in the last 12 months. That's a lot of people. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be less. So I had to say like no judgment, just in case. You know what I mean? But so if you've ever taken a flight out of Heathrow Airport, this person I'm going to introduce on stage has probably influenced that trip in one way or another. So he works in one of the busiest airports in the UK, and the biggest for that matter as well. He studied aerospace engineering and became an airdrome system specialist whilst he was there at Heathrow. Mo is his name, otherwise known as Mo T. He's a good friend, and outside of that work that he's doing at Heathrow, he's also very passionate about empowering young people to essentially access the aviation industry and making sure any bit of curiosity that they have, that he takes that for as long as he can and brings you to that understanding that you can be in that space should you want to. His videos have been viewed over 4 million times. I'm talking about like specific videos. He's got videos that have been altogether, how many? He said 250 million. I don't know, but let's give that a round of applause. So let us please welcome Mo to the stage to tell us a little bit more about his journey.
All right, good morning, everyone. Or it's not morning, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, absolute pleasure to be here today. I heard George was introducing the different ends of where people are from. I'm representing Northwest. I was born and raised in Northwest. Northwest, hands up. Yes, my people. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. My mum, I don't venture to these areas, you know, like east, southeast, I just don't venture here. When I told my mum today I'm going south, she's like, make sure you hold on to your belongings. make sure you're careful when you're out there. I was like, what's wrong with south? Anyway, I grew up Northwest London my whole life. I went to a little public school, and I remember being on the playground one day. And when I was on the playground, I was that kid whose eyes were just glued up at the sky the whole time. I was literally looking up at the sky, and because there's the glide path coming to land at Heathrow Airport, I just look at the planes all day, every day. Right? And I remember once I was sat there, and there was this kid in school, he was a bit of a bully. And he came up to me, he's like, oh, Bo. I'm like, yo. He's like, hey, what football team do you support? I didn't care about football. But what do you think I said in that moment? Man United. I see you're dressed in red, there you go. Man United, why? I didn't want to get excluded. I was like, okay, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm not trying to go through that. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I joined the team every single playtime. I'm not having to support Man United, the team I actually don't care about. But now I'm sat here in goal, trying to be something that I really wasn't. And that was the start of a journey in my life where I started to be something on the outside that completely did not reflect who I was on the inside. I started to build up this wall of who I was. I started to build up this wall of trying to be cool to other people. But I used to know myself. I used to go back home and I used to binge watch YouTube videos about the International Space Station, about helicopters, about how all this stuff is working. But I would never talk about this stuff in school, right? No one thinks it's cool. Everyone's out here trying to learn all these players and talk about all this cool stuff. So I would just hide that part of me at home. I just sweep it under the carpet and I just hide it. But deep down, I knew what I loved. And I loved science. I loved maths. I loved technology. I loved learning about how the world is pieced together. And I used to literally binge watch it. I was like a nerd deep down. I remember I used to sit there, I used to calculate the speed of the International Space Station as it goes around. And I was thinking to myself, jeez, I'm sick. Like I just calculated the speed of the International Space Station traveling around the world. And I thought to myself, you know what? I want to get into aerospace. I want to be an aerospace engineer. First there was a pilot. Then my brother-in-law was like, you're basically just the Uber driver for the sky. I was like, say no more, maybe not. Don't want to be a pilot. Aerospace engineer. Landed it. Went to one of my uncles. And you know the question, what do you want to be when you're older? I was like to him, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And he goes to me, Mohammed, listen, 9/11's like just happened. So you're Muslim, you're Arab, you're about to grow a beard one day. They don't hire Muslims in aviation. Listen, you can be a dentist, a doctor, you can be a pharmacist, you can be all these stable careers. Just aviation, They won't hire you. I was heartbroken. I was absolutely devastated because that was all I really cared about. I didn't really care about anything else. But I decided to stick with it. I remember my brother-in-law got me a little bit of work experience, like a one-day tour of like this aerospace company called Marshall up north near Cambridge. And literally just by me seeing what was in this industry, like, and actually experiencing what it was, this one facility, they have the capabilities to design, build, and fly a plane all from one spot. Design offices, manufacturing, runway. Bang. They can literally do a whole plane there and then. And the CEO took me around on a day tour, and I was blown away. I was like, you know what? I don't care what my uncle says. I'm being an aerospace engineer. Literally, I walked out of that day thinking that. And I stuck with it. Went on, studied aerospace engineering at university, done that in Brunel. Never left West London, I'm telling you. Literally everything happened in West London. Went to Brunel, done aerospace engineering. And then, hands up if you want to do a placement year while you're at uni. If you're going down uni route, hands up if you want to do a placement year. All right? Hands up if you know what a placement year is. Yeah? So that's just 1 year out where you go and you have a taste of the industry. And I think to myself, this is my time, right? This is my time. Applied to all the big companies, rejected. Applied to like a smaller company, but it had a big name. And I remember walking into that interview, and it was an aviation, like, it was literally an airline. I'm not going to mention the names just because you'll find out why. Stepped in there, and I remember I was so nervous. I remember I sat down. This is my first ever interview in the aviation industry. And I remember, like, I had walked into the room, shook the guy's hand. Literally, I was about to sit down, and I hear him go, "Mohammed, are you Arab?" Literally, time stood still. All the PTSD of my uncle telling me you're not going to get a job came flooding right back. I was like, he was right. He was right. And I remember the HR woman next to him was looking at him like this. Even she couldn't believe it. And I remember I stood there and my heart was shaking, and I was like, yeah, I am Arab. And I speak fluent Arabic. And this guy was not expecting that. He started going, we sometimes work with Dubai, and maybe you can, maybe you can, you speak Arabic, kumsi kumsa, them ones. I sat down, absolutely smashed the interview, got the job. Yeah? Thank you. But there was a moment, and I'm being really honest with you, like, there was a moment right there and then I was going to pull off on a mad one and be like, no, I'm not Arab. Like, nah, don't worry about that. My name's Mohammed, but, my dad. I was like, no, I'm stick to this. This is who I am. I'm going to be honest. Here. So I told him I am Arab, and I got the job. And when I was there, like, I'm an engineer, right? I love problem solving. I was walking around the shop floor. My job was continuous improvement, find things that could be done better. They were literally building a Boeing 737 nose landing gear in a wheelie bin. They would like rest it up on the side of the wheelie bin, connect it up to a crane, and then build it. I'm like to my manager, why are you doing that? He goes, well, if you're an engineer, go find us a solution. I literally redesigned a jig that would hold the landing gear from the inside, something they'd never done before, looked at all the materials, how we can use materials to make sure we don't damage anything. Designed that jig. To this day, this facility that does the repair and overhaul maintenance of all the landing gears, hands up if you've flown with Ryanair. Hands up, flown with Ryanair. Listen, I'm not judging. $8.99 to go to Italy. I'm down. Yeah. all of their planes go through that facility. All their 737 nose landing gears have sat on the thing that I built when I was 21. Right? That's the impact you can have as an engineer. Designed that, boom, graduated, finished my aerospace engineering degree. Then, applying to graduate schemes, I applied to Heathrow Airport. I'm thinking, you know what? I want to try and do this thing of not leaving West London. Let's see how far I can take it. Applied to Heathrow Airport. Got the job there, and now I'm walking around, and I'm literally getting taken from one place to another, learning about the most interesting engineering I've ever heard, but the stuff that nobody talks about. I'm talking the baggage system, I'm talking the runways, the control tower, not the planes. I love planes, I did aerospace, but this graduate scheme didn't look at the planes, they looked at everything else at the airport. I was learning all this stuff, but I felt so guilty. I felt so guilty that I was learning all this stuff, but I knew that the 16-year-old version of me had only he seen what I'm currently learning, would have never questioned whether they wanted to do this or not. They would have been certain, like, this is it. And I remember I was like, why is no one talking about this stuff? Why is no one talking about airports? Like, airports are sick. And literally, I was like, airports are amazing. So I started a little Instagram page called... I started a little Instagram page, and trust me, for a long time. I remember I had 112 followers, uploading every single day. Opened it one day, went down to 111. Yeah, I got shagged. I started uploading every day, and what I'd do is I'd walk around the airport. Anything I'm learning, I'd turn it into a little post or a video, I'd put it online. And I kept doing that. Why? Because I was that kid who was binge watching YouTube videos, and I thought to myself, how beautiful would it be if I can take what I'm learning and pass it back to that next kid who's growing up. And I kept doing that, I kept doing that, kept doing that. Finished the graduate scheme at Heathrow Airport, became the aerodrome systems specialist for the whole airfield. So that's literally everything outside of a terminal building. All of those systems that actually guide the plane around, everything from the stuff up in the control tower, all the way to the stuff underground, literally the stuff that without it, Heathrow Airport might as well be Westfield. Like, it's just a massive building with shops, unless you have a runway, right? I'm looking after the runway. It's the beating heart of the airport. And here I was at 25 years old, being the subject matter expert for all this stuff, and I'm thinking, damn, like, this is hard, but you do it. That whole time, thank you. But while all of this engineering career was happening, something was brewing in the background, because I didn't stop making content. I kept making videos about how Heathrow Airport works and how it's all pieced together. And over time, my social media channels actually overtook Heathrow Airport's official pages. And then I'm sat there, I'm thinking, like, if I put something online about Heathrow Airport, I can have more of a splash than the actual Heathrow official page. The COO caught a drift of that, and she actually created a role for me in the social media team and asked me to step in there for a couple of months, and that's what I'm doing right now. So right now, I'm a content producer within the Heathrow Airport social media team to try and tell Heathrow's story. And I'm going to wrap this up with 3 points. The first one, and it goes back to the start of the story, the first one is, unless you figure out what you're curious about, it's very hard to point where your career is. It doesn't have to be specific, but you kind of want to choose an area and say, I kind of want to be there, okay? Choose an area that you're curious about, and that comes from self-awareness. Events like this, go talk to people, see what's out there. Go on YouTube, go on Instagram, see what people are doing. Get a flavor for everything. I always talk about it like an open buffet. Get a taste of everything. You wouldn't walk into an open buffet, choose one thing, and just pile up your plate. Why would you want to do that with a career? Go and taste as many different things as possible and figure out what it is that you enjoy. The second thing is, when people tell you no, ignore them. When people tell me you can't do something, ignore them. And actually, before that, don't even ask. Don't ask for permission to do stuff. Just do it. If they have a problem, they'll let you know. But most times, they'll tell you don't do it with no good reason as to why you shouldn't do it. They just love to say no. So the best thing is, don't ask, and you'll never get told no. If there is a problem, they'll come and let you know. I'm telling you, I started a whole behind-the-scenes airport social media without telling Heathrow Airport, and now I'm part of their team. I'm telling you, don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. Okay? And the third thing is, on that journey, once you start to discover the things that you love and discover more of who you are, start to click that in together. And something that George taught me that it always sticks with me is don't just take opportunities, make them. And you make opportunities by figuring out what it is that you love doing, and then literally putting proposals together and nice presentations and speaking to people in charge and saying, this is what I can do. And when you do that often and over and over and over again, using the power of social media and stuff like that, you become a lighthouse. And what I mean by you become a lighthouse is this. Remember that little kid when he was younger who used to hide the fact that he loved planes and aviation and all that stuff, and he built like a brick wall around him about football? Well, I got to a stage in my life where I took that light, and rather than hiding it behind the brick wall, I started to use those bricks to build my lighthouse. And I stood on top of that pile of bricks, and I turned it into one, and I started telling the world the thing that I love. I started telling the world, yo, I find this interesting, and that interesting, and that interesting. And the thing about a lighthouse is it has to keep flashing. It has to keep telling the world that it's right here. And once it keeps flashing, there'll be boats on the horizon that see it flashing and recognize what it is. And what those boats start to do is they start to orientate themselves and start to use it as a reference point. You see, the thing that you love, if you tell the world about it enough times, you will become that person. And that's the power of what you could do. George and James, they're the motorsport guys. You'll hear all about them. Every single one of our speakers today has owned their piece of land, made a lighthouse, and told the world about what they are. For me, it's airports and aviation. That's what I love doing. But every single one of you will figure out something in you that you just can't stop but tell the world about. Turn it into a lighthouse. Become the lighthouse and spread that message into the world, because those boats that were lost at sea, when they find you, they're going to feel at home, because the message that you're putting out into the world resonates with them so well. And that will be one boat, two boats, 112, then 111, and after a while, you look out and there's literally hundreds of thousands of them. Like, my platforms now are about 500,000 people, all interested in aviation and planes and airports. Who would have thought? But unless you turn yourself into a lighthouse, you will just never know. So do that. Thank you.
Wow. I couldn't stop that story. He was running over time. I was like, bro, this storytelling is too good, you know. I don't know what I'm going to do. But, bro, absolutely love that story. There's someone that tapped me on my shoulder and was like, you know, for this bingo card, I've nearly filled it out. Like, do I need to fill out everything? You do have to fill out everything. And some of the gems are going to be in the talks, right? So some of the things you'll hear. So please take notes, because maybe some part of your notes is going to help you with that bingo card and to win the pair of Beats headphones. Okay, and for those online, please write your comments or questions in the chat so that Dr. Sheeny can essentially read them out as we're kind of going through. Amazing. So, on to our second speaker, Christina. So Christina is a multi-award-winning chartered engineer. So, as I was doing my research, I just saw bare letters behind her names, and I was like, bro, I don't even know if I should say it all, but it's a lot. She's absolutely smashing it, and she works as she works within STEM. She works at BAE Systems. Anyone heard of BAE Systems before? Show of hands if you've heard of BAE Systems. Okay, so for those of you that haven't, so they are the biggest employer of professional engineers actually in the country, which I thought was pretty amazing. If you've heard of the Typhoon, they manufacture that. Submarines, they manufacture that. And they make over 21 billion last year. I was like, man, if I can have a little bit of that, I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I wouldn't mind. But in her spare time, she also runs a small business called Aviate Her. Before joining BAE, she studied aerospace systems engineering. So there's the theme of aerospace yet again at University of West of England. And like many of us here today, became the first engineer in her family. So please join me in welcoming Christina.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks, George. It's always weird when you hear someone talking about you. So my name is Christina Pearson-Rampiari. I'm an engineering team lead at BAE Systems, and I just wanted to go through kind of my career journey with you all and kind of, an overview in 10 minutes. So starting off with kind of education. So when I was at school, I enjoyed science and maths, but I mostly enjoyed solving puzzles, which kind of ties in with the engineering theme. I really enjoyed the mechanical side of physics and solving problems in maths, and that was leading me to thinking I should do mechanical engineering because that was the only engineering that I knew about at the time. And then I went to an air show with my family when I was about 15, 16 years old, saw the red arrows, and that photo is actually from that day, and I knew aerospace was what I wanted to go into after seeing the red arrows, hearing the roars of the fast jets flying over. I knew that's what I wanted to do. My parents were not so happy with that decision. They wanted me to do pharmacy, which I did not want to do. And then if I didn't want to do pharmacy, I had to be a doctor, which I also did not want to do. So they didn't really understand what engineering was, but I kind of kept pushing and in the end got my own way and decided to study aerospace systems engineering. Now, I was never really academically gifted. I didn't get into the uni that I wanted to, which was the University of Bristol. but I still got into the University of the West of England, and to be honest, it was probably better for me that I did. Met my husband there, so all good. So yeah. Completed a master's degree in aerospace systems engineering at the University of England, University of the West of England, and then the issue that I had when I was younger is that I didn't have a lot of confidence, so I kept my head down, did my degree, did what I had to do, came out of uni, and then it was like, right, looking for jobs. Now we just apply everywhere, and everyone was like, you don't have any experience. It's like, oh, but I've got a degree. Isn't that what you want? Turns out kind of getting involved in societies, networking, doing placements, and kind of getting an experience of the real world is actually something that I would recommend, because that's what everyone was looking for when I came out. So I struggled initially to find a job. It took me about almost a year to find my first job in engineering, so I could have given up, but I'd chosen to do engineering, and I had to show my parents that I had done the right thing, so I kept going. Eventually got my first job as a technical design engineer on civil aircraft, so it was working on the nice kind of business and first class suites that I don't usually get to sit in or see. And that was a really cool job, a lot of CAD work, a lot of responsibility, getting to travel, go to America, Germany, France, to show off these nice seats to the customers, who were people like Etihad, Emirates, American Airlines, Cathay Pacific, so big airlines. And then I decided I wanted to, so that was in Oxfordshire, and I wanted to move back up north because I'm from Liverpool, and I missed the north. So applied at BAE Systems, who are Preston-based as well as Northeast-based. Got my first job on the Hawk, which is the aircraft that the Red Arrows use, so it was kind of full circle moment for me. As a flight systems engineer, went on to work on Typhoon for 3 years, and then got the most amazing job working on the next generation fast jet program, Tempest. And that was really cool because it involved looking at technologies that could go onto the next fast jet. So to be a part of that for an aircraft that isn't in existence yet, but will be in the future, was a really cool thing to be part of. Went on maternity leave, and then came back after a year, and then decided to, after having a child, started thinking about, I don't really do much. I kept myself to myself. I've not really done anything out of my comfort zone. I don't speak to people about what I do. Maybe I should start doing that and speaking to younger people to encourage them into engineering, especially young women. So yeah, became a STEM ambassador, pushed for my chartership, became chartered in 2020, and also started my own small business, Aviate Her. So I don't know if this is something that you've come across, but whenever I used to tell people I was an engineer, they'd say, you don't look like one. To which I was like, what does an engineer look like? Obviously, no one could give me an answer. So this inspired me to start a pin badge business, saying this is what an engineer looks like. I then got a lot of requests. Can you do one for a scientist? Can you do one for a physicist, mathematician? So it kind of took off to become something that I didn't ever imagine it would be. It's been going for 3 years now. Part of the proceeds go to various charities, and I've raised over £4,500, which is And my favourite part is probably the messages I get from people like a woman who wore one to a conference where last time she went she was told she didn't look like an engineer, and a woman who messaged me to say that a child had asked her about a job because he saw a badge that she was wearing on a train, and so got talking about what she does. So things like that are really nice to hear. So yeah, I worked as a flight systems engineer for about 9 years, and then recently, in January, got offered the opportunity to move to the next level and become an engineering team lead, leading, I think it's about 8 people now, going from no one to 8, quite big. And this is a big change for me because it was going from aircraft to a next submarine program. So it's our next submarine program. I'm leading a team of engineers on one of the systems, developing that, which I thought would be quite difficult, but actually there's a lot of transferable skills in engineering. So it's using the skills that I've already got, building on those, and learning about a new product. So it's been really interesting to be part of. So I just wanted to show this because I mentioned that I didn't have a lot of confidence. I was quite shy, I used to hide behind my mum. Wouldn't imagine ever doing something like this. And it was really after maternity leave that my career really took off because I started putting myself out there. And from doing small things, it led to bigger things and growing my comfort zone, leading to winning awards and becoming a Department for Transport Aviation Ambassador this year and becoming an engineering team lead. So it really opened my mind to, you know, when people say, what do you want to do? It was always like, aerospace engineer, work on aircraft. But actually, there's a whole world of engineering out there. There's lots of possibilities. You don't have to just work on aircraft and stay on aircraft. You can move on different things, move careers, motorsports, aviation. It's all open to you through engineering. So my tips, just leave you with a few. So network. You're all here today. That's a start. Networking has led to so many great opportunities for me, from being in a book, being here today, and a new job, which I actually got through speaking with different people in the company, who then put me in touch with someone who was looking for someone to fill a role. So there's opportunities just by speaking to people, which kind of leads on to the next point, which Mo also touched on, is about speaking to people working in the careers that you're interested in, about their journey, because there are different routes into careers that you may not know about. I did a degree, but no one ever spoke to me about apprenticeships, schemes, things that I could do. The next one, personal development plan, something that's really helped me. When I wanted to show my manager kind of my aspirations and where I wanted to go, that was something that I put together and really showed them what I could do. And be yourself, kind of the theme for today, something that Mo mentioned as well. Don't be afraid to ask questions, stay curious, and be yourself. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll invite Mo back up as well, and then I'll sit on the far side because it's not about me. Cool. So for everyone online as well, you can ask your questions in the chat, and yeah, for those questions, we'll come up to Dr. Sheeny and make sure we get those answered as well. To start with, anyone here in the audience want to ask Mo or Christina any questions? We've got the first question right up there. Just 1 second. Just wait until
Watch this.
There's
something really cool
the
about
mic comes. It's going to be the coolest one that you've seen so far. So ask your question with the mic so that we can actually hear it online as well.
Mo, during our last conference in Fantasy Wings, you said that when you were young, you used to watch this one YouTuber who really simplified problems for you, and they inspired you. Who was that YouTuber?
So, for context, I told once a story similar to this, but I dipped into a specific YouTuber that I used to watch called Smarter Every Day. He still makes videos to now, but he literally goes to like the most cool, he makes something that seems so disinteresting, absolutely fascinating, because he explains to you how it all works. So Smarter Every Day, there's a guy called Destin in America. Shout out to him, because I basically try and do what he does for Heathrow and aviation, because he taught me that. And like I said, it's just about seeing how you got here and see how you can do more of that for the next people. Keeping the ladder down, as you said.
Keeping the ladder down, which is super important, that you saw someone doing it already. A lot of times we think we need to be the first person to do a lot of things, but usually there's always someone somewhere doing something similar to what you already want to do, and if you pick up as many gems from there, that's always a good thing to do. Any other questions in the room? Got one question over there. Just wait for... I think you can actually throw it, so you have to catch it.
You basically said throw or mic.
Yeah.
Go on, dash it. Yeah, go on.
Well, when you say dash it, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Cheers. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for the talks. They're really inspiring. I have a question for Mo. You mentioned not to listen to people sometimes, or some people were naysayers in your life. Where do you draw the line between being ambitious and not listening to people, and being delusional, or going for something that's out of reach?
That's a very good question. I think that's actually very important that we dip into that as well. Because a lot of people will give you advice because they think it's in your best interest. So my uncle was trying to look out for me by telling me, don't go down this path. He wasn't being malicious. But what's important is you have to be careful who you take advice from, because there are people who've never done what you want to do, who will still try and give you advice on how to do it. So when you do take advice from people, ask yourself, are they in a position, or do you think they have the wisdom that is necessary for me on this journey? Or actually are they just making stuff up? Because a lot of people will just make stuff up, because that's what they think is right. But ask your questions to people who've been in those positions where they've gone through that path. And this is why opportunities like this are so important, because you have people in the room who've been down this path. They've done what you want to do, and they are going to be able to give you the best advice that aligns with what you want to do. But when it comes to like, where does the line draw between ambition and delusion? I think be as ambitious as you want. Like, the world is changing and evolving in ways that we've never seen before. And there are going to be jobs in the future that currently aren't even a figment of anyone's imagination. So, shoot for the stars.
Good question. Up there, but I think you're going to have to throw, well, yeah, right here. Oh, amazing. Good catch.
Thank you. Christina, you mentioned that you were a chartered engineer.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously after you do your degree, it says that you have to have like 4 years of experience. I'm not sure how many years of experience, but it's kind of a little bit wishy-washy after that. How necessarily do you get to that stage where you get chartered?
So I think what's most important is taking a look at the competencies that are required and filling in against those where you've done bits of work that meet those competencies. And that highlights as well gaps that you've got, which I put in my personal development plan, saying I've got these gaps and I need them to achieve my chartership. But it also shows things that you've done that you may not have realised as you go through the time, rather than waiting till later on to fill it in and trying to remember what you did. If you do it as you go, then you can show yourself things that you've done and I've actually achieved all this. Maybe I'm missing 1 or 2 things here or there, but that'll really help.
I always found it hard to document as I was going along, but it's the best way to do it, isn't it? In some way. We'll take a question from online or for at least, but yeah, someone might have to throw you that mic as well.
Yeah.
Oh. It was going to happen, don't worry.
I know you both went to university, but do you know more about other ways of getting into engineering that isn't just about going to university?
Yeah, I mean, BAE offers a lot of different, just BAE because I work there, but they offer a lot of different ways in schemes. I've got some summer interns working for me now. They do apprenticeships, graduate schemes, industrial placements. They do a lot of things that I didn't really know about when I was younger and that I wish I'd done. I work with a lot of apprenticeships and apprentices and graduates who, you know, if you think about it, if the company is investing in you, they're going to want to push you hard. So, you know, there's great opportunities if you're going through those schemes as well as going in direct like I did.
Yeah.
How about you,
add? Yeah, I think when I look at it from a bird's eye view, it seems like it splits up into 3 categories-ish. You have an apprenticeship route, a degree route, and like a degree apprenticeship route. That's kind of like the headlines of how to get into the industry. But each of those depends on what skill set you possess. So it's not about, oh, what do I want to do? It's more about what kind of person am I? If you're a hands-on, you love being hands-on, you love being in the operation, you don't want to sit in a classroom, you really want to learn by touching stuff and feeling it, then an apprenticeship is an amazing opportunity that oftentimes people from our communities really overlook because it doesn't come with a degree. But the director of engineering at Heathrow Airport started off on an apprenticeship. Like, it's just as credible. You join the industry, you learn, you earn, you're not in debt. All these things are amazing. But if, you know, mum at home says, now you have to have a degree, then degree apprenticeships are there for that reason. And yes, they're competitive, but you're talented. You know what I mean? You're talented, and you're genuinely. One thing that shocks me is how eager companies are to hire talent, but how fearful the talent is to apply for the company. So it's like there's like this, it doesn't add up. It's like the companies genuinely want you to apply, but you sometimes don't believe you're good enough. Believe in yourself and apply for the stuff that might seem hard and put your best foot forward, and genuinely you can get it. You can get it.
I think just say what Mo said there. I was too scared to apply for these because I didn't think I was good enough. So I never did that, but then I struggled to find a job because I didn't have any experience. And one thing I would say as well is a lot of these schemes offer you the chance to move into different areas, so you get to try a lot of areas before you decide what you want to do, which is really great because it's kind of try before you buy, isn't it, really? And you get paid to do it, so it's great opportunities.
It's that open buffet. Always keep in mind, like, how many things can I taste before I specialize? Yeah. Keep your options open.
Question just back there.
There's one there.
I think, yeah, there's one over
there's
there.
one on the other
no,
side.
don't worry. Too far.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, all good.
Thank you. You both mentioned placement years, and currently I'm on one right now. Something I'm struggling with is getting the best experience. I feel there's a structure to it. So do you have any advice in like getting the most out of placements in general?
It's a great question. Who wants to go first?
I was going to say, do you have like a plan in place for while you're doing that placement? Is there some objectives and things in place?
It's in continuous improvement, and it's with Lean, Sigma 6 and stuff like that. So you have to get those things around your head before you can start diverging into other departments. So I just want to make the most out of the year I'm taking out of uni.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you don't have that in place, I would say put some things in place, some aims, some goals that you want to achieve. Speak to your line manager, say, I want to do these things. I don't know whether you have kind of monthly one-to-ones arranged with your manager to kind of discuss those kind of things, some development opportunities and things like that as well. So that might be something to put in place, and that'll help also feed into your line management that maybe you're not getting the best right now, but maybe there's some things that can be done and agreed between you both to make that better.
And can I add to that? So speaking to your manager is great, but genuinely sometimes your manager might not be the best person to speak to, because I've been in positions where your manager blocks your potential rather than empowers you. Because I don't know why they do it, but they do. So what I would do if I was in your position is I would literally look at the organizational chart, pick out the people who you think are interesting, who you think could be your allies, like people who you've seen in the corridor who seem genuinely friendly, people who are nice, like people that you genuinely would love to get to know and learn about them, and put in and genuinely, it's hard. Like the first time you want to send one of these emails, you get really scared, but write up an email, be like, listen, I'm really interested to learn more about what you do. Could we spend 30 minutes catching up over a coffee or over a Teams call? I want to learn more about what you do. Remember, you're doing Lean Six Sigma, so what you're able to offer them as a service is how can I make your processes more efficient and make your life easier. So pitch the conversation in that way where it's like, I want to learn more about what you do to see how I could potentially help you. No manager is going to say no to that, but what it also means is that you get to learn about what other parts of the business are doing, you get to make allies in different parts of the business, and potentially, how long of the placement have you got left?
I just started this month.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Good.
So that means, come 4 months down the line, they might realize, wow, we have this talented person we're not utilizing, we want to put them in a different team. When I was working in the airline, I got moved over to the procurement team for about 2 months because they couldn't keep up with how many parts we had to order from around the world. Yeah. I created like a spreadsheet of like all the different suppliers, how much they're charging for each part, and I found myself on the Boeing website putting in like thousands of pounds worth of orders for spare parts. And I literally only got put in there because I was proactive in like reaching out to different departments to learn about what they do. Think about what you want out of this long term. Think about the open buffet and go out there and grab it because nobody's going to give it to you. Genuinely, fill up your diary with catch-ups from people across the whole business.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to do that. I did that with like our engineering director and lots of people within the company that I'd normally be like, I can't speak to that person. Yeah. But then that led to my new job, so I don't know what will happen.
Creating opportunities yet again, all right? So we've got probably one more question. I'll try and squeeze your one in as much as possible, but it's going to come from online first.
So a question from BAN Cube. It's for Christina, but I'm sure you can both chime in. It can be really easy to make connections, like when you're networking, those first connections, but how do you maintain those connections?
Yeah, that's a really interesting one, actually. Maintaining, so obviously there's ways of maintaining it through social media, obviously staying in touch with people, kind of commenting and kind of messaging, seeing how people are doing. Maybe, you know, if you've networked with people in the company, sometimes it's like a follow-up chat that you might agree to do. So maybe we'll tie in a couple of months and see how things are going, things like that. And yeah, just kind of keeping in touch that way. And which can be hard, especially when you're kind of balancing day job, life, and trying to keep in touch with people. But also, especially in engineering, you'll find it's quite a small world in terms of networking. So you see a lot of the same people generally at kind of these events. A lot of people I know that I see kind of all the time. So
All the time.
you can keep in touch that way as well. So yeah, there's different ways of doing it. I don't know if you've got anything.
Quick one, yeah. Because we want to get what. Yeah. Basically, if you create content on social media, it's proactive networking, because the next time someone sees you, they're like, wow, you're doing so much. You haven't even spoken to them in like 2 years, but you are in their minds. But vice versa, when you see them, it's so much easier to say, yo, let's have a catch up, because they realize you're proactive and they would love to connect with you on that basis. You're not like jumping out of the blue saying, hey, I haven't spoken to you in 2 years. I know I've been a ghost, but can we catch up? They see you're active. So be active and it makes everything easier.
Last tip on that is for networking, try and have a cadence. So cadence means, okay, I'm going to make sure once a month I reach out to this person, or once every 3 months, and then that way you know there's like a regular check-in. Some people just do it based upon life updates, and they give people life updates over email or over call, but try and have that cadence, unless you'll get to 2 years and you'll feel shame. We all feel it a bit, and you're like, it's been a long time, bro. I'm not sure I can send this message, but it's okay. I think if you have a cadence, it helps a lot. And as Christina said, if you say at the end of your conversation, when next can we meet, it means you don't have to think about it, you don't have to follow up, it's in the calendar already. Yeah?
Less awkward.
Exactly, less awkward. Final question.
Yeah, someone's
just
throwing
waiting
the microphone.
is there a mic over there?
Can we show that one?
On that side there.
What would you outline as the key personality traits that got you to where you are today? Or that you'd say to engineers that are starting out now?
One person to answer the question, please.
So I'd say it's actually the softer skills that have got me to where I am today, and that's where the point that I showed you, where my career suddenly kind of developed and I started doing a lot more things and doing a lot more kind of out of my comfort zone. So it was a lot of communication, a lot of working with people, softer skills that people don't actually think about rather than the technical side of things.
And RS doesn't call them soft skills, they call them super skills, because that's what they are. So super skills. Find a man called Wayne here somewhere. Wayne, you put your hand up?
Wait.
So if you want to know about personality traits that get you places, speak to that man.
And on that point, so we've got 2 birthdays. Wayne's birthday and Mo's birthday. So we're going to sing happy birthday. I don't know what name you're going to go for, whether it's going to be Wayne or Mo, but say one of them and we'll make it work. Yeah? Does that make sense?
All right.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I'm going to say Wayne. Happy birthday, dear Wayne. Happy birthday to you. One last
cherry on top of the cake. If that last question of yours is something that you actually want to learn more about, there's one book I'd recommend, and it's a classic, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a classic, and it will teach you everything you need to know about personality traits that get you far in life. How to Win Friends and Influence People. It does what it says on the tin.
Amazing. Well, I think they were both incredible. Mo and Christina, thank you for joining me. Thank you. Amazing. Smashed it. Okay. Amazing. So we are changing gears, moving on to tech for good. So who's familiar with the industry or phrase health tech? Anyone heard of health tech before? We've got one person in the back. Wow. So this industry, we've got one person here as well. This industry is absolutely booming. I've got a friend, he's got a company. I grew up with him in South. Multi-million-pound company. They've raised a lot of investment, and especially ever since COVID, because when it comes to healthcare, a lot of it, since COVID, essentially, they're trying to make it virtual and make it available on demand or bring it as close to you as possible. So our next speaker, Amma, is the head of product development at 52 North Help. If you've never heard of them, they're all about creating affordable, cutting-edge tech to bring healthcare closer to patients. She leads the company's engineering teams and develops a product called NeutroCheck, wow, which is a low-cost portable device that allows cancer patients, essentially, that are at risk of life-threatening medical emergencies to be identified. So she's also a multi-award-winning engineer. We've got another multi-award-winning. And she was named 2022 Young Woman Engineer of the Year by the IET, which is one of the sponsors for today. And she also holds a PhD in medical and biological engineering from the University of Leeds. I need to go to Leeds. I got some family there. I've been avoiding them. We'll get there. But before that, she also studied biomedical engineering at Nottingham. Fun fact, I was actually considering it, but I did mechanical engineering instead. I like prosthetics and everything, but I'll get that at some point. You never know. I can still do a career switch. So she's here to tell you a little bit more about Tech for Good and her story into product development. So please welcome me in joining Dr. Anna. Cool.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, this has been amazing. I love these guys. We see each other. This engineering community is so small, and those stories are so impactful. They're so familiar, and you'll hear quite similar things that I've got to talk about as well, which kind of sets to me as I was sat there listening that this is actually really important stuff that we found in our lives and through our journeys that we really want to share with you. So hopefully we can tell you something really cool. Okay, so the start of my story. And this is really important to me because I've moved around a lot. I was born in East London. We lived in Ghana for a little bit because that's where we're from. We came back. But the reason this is such an important part of my story is that it actually alienated me quite a lot. When we came back, you know, I was that child that used to say sneakers instead of trainers. I'd say Arabic, and they'd be like, no, it's Arabic. And I used to get teased a lot because I spoke differently. I had different perspectives. I didn't know the cartoons that they were watching. I had nothing. I knew nothing about them. I also didn't have like friends that I'd grown up from like childhood and that you could go back to. My family was all over the place and actually can make it quite difficult. But I think that the thing here for me was I had an interest. And while that was difficult, that was one of the things that honed me into what I wanted to do. You know, my mum's a nurse. She practiced here, but also in Ghana as well. And we used to have a pharmacy shop where people would come to us and, you know, they'd come and tell us what was wrong with them and we'd prescribe them a little drug. I mean, I was a child, so I sat in the back, but I'd see it, you know. And I thought that was what I wanted to do. I thought my thing for the world is people. I wanted to make their health better. I wanted to help people be better versions of themselves, improve their health, that kind of thing. So what do you reckon I wanted to be, if that's what my focus was? Who wants to take a big guess? Doctor. The usual, you know? I had no idea about engineering. Similarly, I knew nobody. There was no engineers that I knew had seen. I had a couple of uncles and stuff who were doctors, but no engineers, nothing about that. But the one thing that I knew and that I loved was science and maths, the usual, you know. Maths was my saving grace when all other subjects failed me. Math was there for me. You know, my A-levels, I had A, B, C. Maths was A, and the rest of it I was just like, yeah, it's okay. Maths was there for me. But that really was the thing. And part through the story, I've sort of like really just said the key things that I really want to tell you. Like for me, my first message for you, and I know Mo and Christina talked about this, is find an interest, a compass, you know, something that drives you. Is it motorsport? Is it aerospace? For me, it was people, their health, you know, global health. I'd lived in Ghana, I'd seen malaria, cholera, all the things, you know, and I'd said to myself, this is what I want to do for the world. What I did not realize is that I could do that through engineering, because I thought I wanted to be a doctor, you know. But who knows the kind of engineering that merges with medicine? biomedical engineering. So bioengineering, biomedical engineering, medical engineering, they're all the same thing. And I had no idea about this. I did my sixth form in North London. I grew up near where you came from, Mo. But we'd applied to do a taster course. So I'd gone to Queen Mary's University, and I'd applied to go and do one in medicine because, I mean, throughout this whole journey, I was still going to be a doctor, you know. My mum was going to give me that doctor whatever way I wanted it. And then they put me on the wrong one. So I get there, and they're leading us to the engineering department, and I'm thinking, maybe they just needed the lab space, you know? Like, we're still going to the medicine one. And then we get there, and it's biomedical materials engineering. And so we walk into this lab, it smells of grease, there's like spanners and stuff all over the desk, you know, it's like all these things. And then they start to show us prosthesis. So they showed us like a hip replacement, what's called a fracture fixation, which is if you broke a bone. If any of you have broken a bone before, they might put like some metallic pins in your arm or leg to try and get the bones to realign as they heal. And so they showed us all these things, and they were like, oh, you know, these are the things that we use to improve people's health. And I was just thinking, okay, yeah, all right, I could do the people thing another way. So I came back and I applied to do biomedical materials engineering. And this is very important that you remember that I did not start as a medical engineer. I started as a materials engineer. Because again, I knew nothing, you know. I had an interest and I found a direction, but I had no guidance. And that's why I think days like today, events like this, you know, is so important because it exposes you to loads of different avenues of engineering. And we have loads of it. You've seen various versions of just even in aerospace, you know, and in Tech for Good, you're going to hear loads more about it. And so I started in a direction, but that was not necessarily where I wanted to end up. And so my next message for you is, in addition to finding, you know, what you love and finding a career or vocation out of it, be proactive, you know. That was it for me. Once I entered the field, I realized that actually the thing that I really wanted to do was I wanted to take somebody's condition or a problem they were having and create a solution for it. The materials that I was doing at the time was very much so Ella's in here somewhere. Ella's a materials engineer, and she's like full speed ahead at the forefront of innovation in automotive. The type of material that I started it was in health, which is a little bit different. Because generally materials go inside the body, there's a long way before you can get a new thing out. You know, if you want to try new materials in medicine, it can take quite a lot of time because essentially you don't want to just try a new thing and put it in somebody. We could kill them. So that was a very slow area, and I wanted to go into an area where I could take an issue and make a device or a solution and then see somebody's health improve. But I only figured that out after I started. So there were loads of false starts for me, and I think that's another message for you, you know. It doesn't matter if you have false starts, as long as you're learning, as long as you're taking the opportunities and crafting your career. Be proactive. Don't be afraid. It's your life. This thing is so important to me because no one's going to live it for you. No one's going to be proactive for you. They're going to make all the solutions around. They're going to give you opportunities like today, but they're not going to do it for you. I ended up having to, these guys were talking about earlier, you know, messaging people, reaching out to them. My lecturers really, really were tired of me. Like everywhere I went, whether it was in my career or in any organization, I would reach out to people, you know, what are you doing? What is it that you're doing? You're in medical engineering, but you do something different from me. How is that working? What is that like? You need to do that and remember to live your life with that interest that you've already got. You know, you're chartering your own path, and the only way to do that is to ask questions and to get the answers. And this is also important. Please don't be afraid to be the first. I had nobody who did engineering. My dad is the one that actually taught me bits and bobs about like fixing things. We'd like fix the car, he'd take me along, you know. But still we had no idea that was an engineering trade that I could even mix with medicine. But don't be afraid to be the first. And, you know, it's important that you see role models and go after them, you know, speak to them, learn from them, take their experience. But if there's nobody there, if you can't see it, just go ahead and be it anyway, because that lighthouse that we were talking about, Mo, you become that lighthouse that other people start to follow. And so just make sure that you know that you can be what you want to be. I mean, engineering is so vast, it's so broad. Think big, you know? Do you want to be the person that takes the first person to some obscure planet somewhere that we've never been to? Let's do it, you know? Do you want to create the new product that nobody's ever thought about? Let's do it. That's why engineering is so cool. So please don't be afraid to be the first. Now, part of my story comes in false starts, but it also comes in lots of failures. And I think for me, it was so important that I talk about this because we don't talk enough about the fact that just because maybe last year I won Young Woman Engineer of the Year means that I never actually failed like face down flat and had to pick myself up again, you know? And that's really important because you should make sure that you're not defined by that. I struggled with this and it took me many, many years. How many people know how long it generally takes to do a PhD? 3 to 4 years. How long do you reckon it took me to do my PhD? Thank you. That's a really accurate number. It took me 8 whole years because after my 3 years, I failed flat. They would not pass my Viva. I went into my Viva, sat there for about 4.5 hours or so, where they grilled me to within an inch of my life. I came out wanting to like just fall down flat, and they said, "You don't have enough here. We can't give it to you." And imagine putting all that effort in and being told that you're not good enough. You know, that can be really hard, and it can actually define you if you go through a really big setback. It doesn't matter what that setback is. A setback is a setback, whatever it is, and it's really important that you don't get discouraged or defined by it, because actually failure is part of the journey. It may not be a complete face-down flat failure, but it might be another kind of stumbling block in your journey, and you just need to understand. So I found this image that I thought was really pertinent because it says, lots of people think that there are 2 ways. One is success, one is failure, but actually, to get to final success, you probably will meander a little bit, and that's still fine. And so when I did my Viva, I was pregnant. They didn't know this because I was like still like walking around, whatever. But the fact, you know, I wasn't showing. But the next photo there is of my daughter. And the reason it's so important to me that she was wearing my graduation cap and cape is because it took as long as she was alive for me to graduate. It was so long. It took 4 years of my life. When I finished work, you know, most of the time when you finish your PhD, depending on how early you finish, you may go in and start working if you haven't finished writing up. And that's exactly what I did. I needed money. I needed to keep moving. So I'd gone and started working. So I was working a full-time job. I was pregnant. I had a baby. And I was finishing up my PhD. In fact, I was redoing a significant portion of that. And I think it's important to say that sometimes you will go through trials and tribulations. You know, it might be hard. You might be juggling a few more than you probably anticipated. You might think that it's actually just going to be a straight road, and it isn't always. So it took me a whole 4 years to grow that human before I could actually put a cape on her. But that was part of that story, and I think it would be good if you remember that as well. Now, this bit is actually, it runs through my whole story, you know. We were talking earlier about people attending events like this, talking to people, reaching out beyond yourself. Similar to what Christina said, in my first, during my undergrad, I did not know a lot. I'd already said that I didn't know about engineering. I started this program, but also I just wanted to pass, you know? Sometimes that's all you really just want to do. You just want to head down and pass. But once you've passed, you need to think about the next thing, you know? And also, we've talked about the fact that sometimes you might be on a journey that you really want to meander. Well, how are you going to know that there is another opportunity for you if you don't explore what's out there? So take advantage of events like this. There are loads of organizations. RS have them, Motives have them, the IET, the IMechE, which is the Institution of Mechanical Engineers, loads of different institutions. They are actually actively trying to help people. It's just we don't know they're there. So now that you know, just have a look, you know, search, maybe vary your interest or what you want to do as an apprenticeship. I wanted to do an apprenticeship when I was at university. Once I realized that I wanted to move away from materials, there was none. Back then, they weren't that many, and they didn't want to take girls. So I really, I approached quite a few of them, and they're just like, lots of like mumbling and stuff, you know. But having that support network allowed me to transcend that a little bit. I did placements instead. I went and worked with companies, internships, a lot, because actually that is what you want to do, get the experience and the exposure to lots of different bits so that you know what's out there. So when you're making a decision, it is quite an informed decision. And it's fine if that informed decision today is not what you want to do in 10 years, because I mean, you would find that I started off working on hip replacements, and then I went and worked in laparoscopic devices, which is like keyhole surgery things, right? So we're moving from cutting people open to doing them through little holes so that they can recover quicker. I've worked in respiratory devices. Now I work in cancer care, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. But that's really what I wanted to say. One of my biggest career moves and what I do now is moving from being a senior engineer in a company to being head of a department in another company, right? And that only happened after I found a mentor. I'd been like looking around, I'd been saying to myself, I just want somebody to coach me. I just want somebody to hear me and say, you're doing this correct, you're not doing this right, have you considered this? And I couldn't find anybody. And then eventually I'd sort of message loads of people, the usual, proactive. And then I met a woman who decided to take me on. And she said, well, if you don't think you're learning in your current role or you're not growing as fast, why don't you leave? And I was just like, leave? Huh? What? And so I did. And I left that and got a really high promotion. But then at this new place, I also have a lot of support. So that support network, the mentorship, the coaching. And it's through that role, through the work that I'm doing now, that the Young Women Engineer Award came through, the Top 50 Women in Engineering Award, the Top 21 Award came through, you know. It's having that network. If you have that around you, people who actually believe in you, want to prop you up, that can go a really long way. So I would say that definitely please take advantage of them. Whether it's through an apprenticeship or a university program or even outside in your community, find places where you can meet other people. Do it safely, but find people so that you've got a community around you for the journey that you want to be on. So this is my story, but I thought that I'd give you a very quick, 1 minute, choose a couple of things on this slide. These are some projects that I've worked on. If anybody can guess, there are no numbers, but if you can pick any of them, what do you reckon they are? Who wants to go first? Yeah? Oh yeah, it's got a band there, but it's actually an artificial arm. It's like a bionic arm. Yeah. Are you printing ears or growing ears? Printing ears, yeah. So it's not printing ears. Say that again. Printing ears, yeah. So artificial tissue engineering. So you can take a stem cell and you create a scaffold of what the shape it needs to grow into. And then you lace it with the cells, and it will grow into that shape. That was something I did during my master's, but something like that. Last one, because George is about to come up. Who wants to go one last one? Say that. Diabetes, yes. So sort of it's called a micropump. So people on diabetes, if they need to be given insulin on a regular, they attach that to them and it gradually gives it to them. But I have had loads of fun, and I think actually Tech for Good, medical engineering, it's an area where you can really help. As you can see, there's a whole variation of things that you can do. And so if you're interested in the area, come talk to me later.
Thank you. Smashed it. That was fascinating. I don't know how you guys were guessing some of the things there. I was lost. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but absolutely fascinating. Please keep your questions coming in if you're online. I've been reading some of the comments as well, and there's a lot of love for Mo, Christina, and I'm sure Ahmed just now as well, so please keep those coming in. So our next speaker, I've been blessed to hear him last year at Reflect 2022, and also share the stage with you as well. So he started off in aerospace. There's a lot of aerospace going on right now. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe just do aerospace. It seems like that's the way to do it. And you studied at Queen Mary. Someone else said Queen Mary. You said Queen Mary just now, right? Doing a taster day. And I also realized you did some Formula One related activities in uni as well. So a bit of motorsport in there as well. But now Navjot describes himself as a humanitarian engineer, and he founded a company called the Washing Machine Project, which you may have seen as you were coming in. I'm not too sure if it's been placed at the back or so. So does anyone know anyone that has designed a washing machine before? It's a question. Any show of hands? Well, after this talk, you're going to find someone that has designed a washing machine. And it's for a great cause. So he runs a social enterprise that is dedicated to designing and distributing manually hand-cranked washing machines to displaced and low-income people around the world. And I know they're hiring right now. Seems like a rocket ship. So who knows? You might even be able to join that team. I saw an intern. Where's your intern? He's over there. You never know. After this talk, ask him for a job maybe. And they've impacted tens of thousands of people across the world, which is so impressive. So please join me in welcoming Nav to the stage.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good. Yeah? Can we just get a quick round of applause for all of the three previous speakers? I don't know about you, but I feel super inspired already. So I just want to say thank you for inspiring me. Now, you see this picture on the telly here. This is me when I was 4 years old. And Nav means new in Punjabi, and that's my name. But my mum likes to call me Navjot. And Navjot means new light. And I've been invited to speak to you for about 10 minutes to share some of my light to you on how I navigated my professional career. And I wanted to just start by showing you, like, how did I become grow up from this small kid in West London to being featured in over 500 news outlets around the world, having lunch with the Prime Minister during the King's coronation, and having a Netflix episode being created on the journey that we're currently on. But let me take you back to where it all started. This picture was taken in the 90s, and you can see my mum at the back and my two older sisters. My father died when I was very young, but before he did, he used to take me to air shows. And I would be fascinated with how these big aircrafts would go into the sky. I would come home, I'd take the toolbox out of the shed, and I would break everything in sight. From fridges to remotes to telephones, I'd always try and fix things and just not be able to. And it used to make my mum so angry. But as you know, my father passed away, and I had women surrounding me all the time. And I knew firsthand the struggle that women had to go through throughout their lives. And lastly, my mum is from India, and she traveled to the UK with £5 in her pocket in the early 80s. So movement and displacement has always been a theme in my life. So those three themes have shaped my interests. I also did Scouts when I was a kid, and Scouts really taught me the importance of giving back to society. We are one people in a planet of nearly 8 billion. There's more people than us in this room. We need to give back to society. We need to do good. And Scouts taught me that from a very, very young age. I went to university, but I actually failed my first year. And so it wasn't a very conventional path, I would have thought. But you can imagine failing your first year, coming from a South Asian family. My mum was not very happy. So the look on her face on the screen is a very genuine reaction of absolute relief. So I have 4 lessons for you, and I believe that I wish I knew these lessons when I was at these phases in my life. So phase 1 is completing university and getting to that point. And lesson number 1 is university isn't for everyone. And that's a really controversial statement, but I really think that the experiences that I gained at university and the networks that I built were more so important than anything that I studied, those super skills that I learned. And it's important to learn from those experiences. Should we move on to the second phase of my life? Okay, so who still uses Facebook around there? This is back in the day when Facebook was a thing, you know? Sorry. So I got a graduate job at Dyson within 2 weeks of graduating. And as you can tell, I was very happy about it, and I posted it online. And I got to make these really fancy products. So everyone has probably heard of Dyson hair dryers, those vacuum cleaners. Some things are not even out yet. Those are the things that I worked on. These products are £500, £600. And we used to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours a day to make these vacuum cleaners more efficient. And that was my life. It was a fascinating experience, and I learned a lot. But I realized that all I was doing was making a vacuum cleaner for a rich person. And I wasn't passionate about sucking up dust. You know? I didn't want to work on sucking up rubbish all my life. And my lesson number 2 during this phase was that I needed to fall in love with the problem that I was trying to solve, because the solution will always change. And if you love picking up dust, then great, you should do that. But for me, it's all about fall in love with the problem, because the solution will always change. Lesson number 3. What happened then? So I'd been at Dyson for 3 years. I was fed up of making these £500 products that everyone wants. And I decided to quit my job and go work for free in South India. I was working in a village making clean and efficient cook stoves. But as you can tell, in 2016, my eyes, in 2016, I went on Facebook and I announced that I've quit my job and I'm going to be making cook stoves for people who use wood to cook their food. Now, this problem of people using wood to cook their food affects 50% of the population. So straight down the middle of the room, 50% have gas and electricity, 50% have to forage for wood to cook their food, right now, in 2023. And what I found was, when I moved to South India, to this village, I was very close to the user, and every day was a discovery. We would have an idea on Monday. On Tuesday, we would prototype the idea. On Wednesday, we would put that prototype into the field. And by Thursday, we'd already get feedback as to how rubbish our cook stove really was. And by Friday, we'd already have another idea. So this kind of iterative learning in research and development was really helpful. And we made thousands and thousands of these cook stoves that reduced the emissions, the smoke that people had to breathe when they were cooking by 90%, and fuel usage by 50%. So I'm here to show you that your engineering could make an amazing sports car and some incredible aircrafts, but they could also save people's fundamental rights when it comes to living an everyday healthy life. And this is why it was so important for me. It was the people that we were positively impacting around the world. This lady, for example, whose husband died 6 months before this picture was taken, lost the livelihood and the breadwinning in that family, and could no longer afford to buy gas. So she would have to forage for wood to cook the food, spending hours and hours and hours a day in those forests, just so she could provide for her family. And this is happening every day. And I'm so proud that we can create products for people like her. So when I was in India, I lived in this very rural village. This village was such an eye-opening experience for me. Water was switched on for 15 minutes in the morning, and if you didn't have a generator, you couldn't use any electricity because there'd be frequent blackouts. And the lady that you see here on the right-hand corner of the screen is a lady called Divya. Now, Divya was my next-door neighbor in the village I was staying in. Her English was amazing, and my Tamil was rubbish. And we became best friends. Every day, we would talk about the day ahead, our problems in life, and she would complain about the stress and strain that she had to go through her struggles, whether it was foraging for wood to cook her food, standing in line for water, or hand-washing her family's clothes. These are things that I used to take for granted because I had the products around me that could help me do this. So I said to Divya, why are you spending so much time on this unpaid labor? Let me buy you an electric washing machine. And she said, I don't have a generator and we don't have much water. So even if you buy me an electric washing machine, it's not going to help me. And so this happened.
And Divya, what if you had an easier way to wash? Would it be good? Easy washing. Like a washing machine or something like that. One day I'll give you. I promise you. I will come back here and give you a washing machine.
So, 2018 now, the mission is set. I'm going to create a washing machine for Divya. I come back home to London. I call some of my friends to help me develop this washing machine, and I start what is called the Washing Machine Project. Our mission is really simple, and we design low-cost manual washing machines that save time, water, and effort for the millions of Divyas around the world. But what did I do next? I reached out to my network and I tried to understand the problem. So I traveled far and wide. I traveled to 36 countries, interviewing over 3,000 families on washing habits. This is something I had no clue about. I traveled to refugee camps. So this one's in Lebanon, on the border of Syria. But I went to Iraq, I went to Jordan, I went to Uganda, I went to Kenya, I went all over the world. This is a picture in Somalia. And the same story was occurring over and over again. Women, because the role, unfortunately, for unpaid labor is women. And it's really, really unfair, and it needs to change. And we found that women would spend up to 20 hours a week doing this activity on their hands and knees like this. It's painful. So I came home, I invited people to my house, and there was this guy called Richard Hewitt who was very famous on the internet making a washing machine on a bike. So I messaged him on Facebook, and I said, can you come over and can we design something together? And that's when we thought that maybe we could create a salad spinner sort of design for a washing machine. It was in my mum's kitchen. We started prototyping and building these prototypes, and these kind of iterations and iterations and iterations later, we have what we have in front of us today, which is a Divya washing machine, named after the inspiration behind the organization. So the story here is that we need to ask for support, and we need to build a community. And you heard this time and time and time again, that if you have an idea, if you want to do something, reach out to people. They are more than willing to help support you. And I'm so proud to tell you today that in 2023, we are in 8 countries now with these Divya washing machines. We are positively impacting 30,000 lives. And I promise you the best is just yet to come. 2024 is going to be an amazing year. Everyone in this room will at one point, whether it's tomorrow, the next week, or the month after, will walk past someone homeless, whether it's in this city or somewhere else. And I'm so proud that we get to wash homeless people's clothes in America and now in the UK and other cities around the world. This wouldn't have happened without RS Group and the grassroots team. And I just want to say a big, big thank you. To Isabella's team and Debbie, who's also in the audience, because we wouldn't have been here without you guys. They've been so supportive to us, taking us around the world, showcasing what good companies around the world can do when they support good initiatives. And I'm so shocked that I get to open up shops nowadays because I still don't get trusted with the scissors at home, you know? The Washing Machine Project wants to become the Dyson of the humanitarian world. And we're going to bring together innovation and R&D to help some of those people that you saw. George, the homeless person that you saw, Divya, and the people in the orphanage in Uganda. So my final lesson is dream big and never stop learning. Last year I graduated with my 2nd degree, so a bit grayer. Thank you very much.
Amazing, thanks so much. That was phenomenal. We'll bring up Amara as well, and we'll go for a bit of a Q&A. So after this, we've got a break, which I'll tell you a little bit more about. But we'll take some questions first from the audience, and then we'll go to online. Bukumi, go for it.
Hi, my name is Bukumi, and my question is more directed towards Nav? My question is, like, you talked a bit about like the research you did by like going out into the community, but in terms of actually like making the washing machine, what type of like things did you look at? Did you look at articles? Did you speak to people who had already done similar things that you did? Like, what type of models did you look at? Thanks.
Yeah, and I'd love to bring in Amma into this as well, because I think as engineers, we're inherently problem solvers. So we think we know what the problem is, and then we try and solve it. But I think what's the most important thing, especially with something that I've never experienced in my life, hand washing clothes, it's important to understand the problem from the community. So we place a lot of emphasis on going into whether it's refugee camps or low-income areas, and trying to understand what their habits are, what soaps do they use, what water do they use, how long do they wash clothes for, what's the process, and we feed that back into our design. So if they have a large family, then they'll probably need a large drum, for example. If the user is on average a certain build or a certain age, then it's probably going to need a certain effort requirement. So these are how you build that back into the design. But the most important thing is you have to test it back into the community before you start pushing out larger volumes. And I'm sure that's the same process that you've gone through as well.
You mentioned over 1,000 people as well, like
Yeah.
just different people along the journey that you went through as well.
But in your development as well, you do that.
Yeah, it's the exact same. I mean, there's a saying that I sometimes use, which is like you can have like the most brilliant invention, and if it's not useful for anybody, no one's going to touch it. So, you know, you can build like a super rocket. If nobody can fit inside, they're not going anywhere, you know. And we use the same thing in medical engineering. Like one of my current projects I'm working on is for people on cancer, who have cancer and are on chemotherapy. And when we were building it, we thought, what's the problem? You know, they are on chemotherapy, their immune system's a little bit like suppressed, they're at risk of this condition that could kill them, so we want to build a solution. So we started working on a product. We were going to use lateral flow technology that you've heard of from COVID, and we were going to repurpose it to do the thing. But then what we didn't realize till we started talking to users is that sometimes when you're on chemotherapy, you don't have feeling in your fingers. You know, you might have something called peripheral neuropathy, which is like the big thing to say that your nerves are a little bit damaged, so you can't really feel. So if we gave them, like, we were thinking a really like fancy like device in their hand that they could like turn a dial and do things, and we realized that actually we need to take all of that away. We need to give them a big thing that they can turn, that even if they can't feel in their fingers, they can maybe use their palm to turn, right? And then you go back and you give it to them. So like Nav was saying, you need to test that back to make sure that that one little nugget that you think you've learned, did that actually make a difference? And then however many nuggets you've learned, you bring that all together and you make a device. And it does come through a lot of research, because once you found the problem or the thing that you think you want to fix, you need to find out what it is that you can use to solve that issue. You know, you might just be like, we repurpose lateral flow for this particular device, or you might take a robotic like feature and rebuild it into another device. It's just sort of doing that iterative learning and research, problem solving on your feet. You may not necessarily need to reinvent the wheel. You could potentially use what's already out there and bring all of those technologies together to create the solution that you're looking for. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think about how many apps I put on the iOS store. I put iOS, I was going to say I add Android as well. Android store as well. And it's just not used.
Do you still use Facebook?
Yeah, I don't use Facebook anymore. So it's really trying to test it. And I think your lesson one, Nav, was all around basically being obsessed with the problem and the people that you're trying to solve it for, because that solution will change, right? So I think that's a great question, and yes, great answers. Do we have anything from online? Yeah, we'll go for that. If we just use that mic, first. Okay, go over there. And then I'll come over to you.
This is a question from Sasha Lengfeld, who says, how can people get involved with the washing machine project? Is there a way that students can raise money or volunteer?
That would be amazing.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much for
How
that.
can they get a job at I want a job.
You're welcome, George. No, thank you for the support. We really appreciate anything that people are willing to offer. We have a website, thewashingmachineproject.org. We're on all the socials, including Threads. Does anyone use Threads now? We have fundraising campaigns that are open, and we have distributions as well all over the world. We welcome interns and placement students all the time. We have a couple in our team already this year, and we're growing quite substantially over the next few years. So, welcome.
Amazing. Amazing. We've got a question. Well, yes, Iz first, and then go back. Oh, good cat.
All right, curveball question, because we have quite a mixed audience today. So we clearly have a bunch of people that are already kind of in the STEM space. We have a whole bunch of people who aren't. And I couldn't help but notice that every single one of the speakers said, I loved science and maths.
I didn't. Look, in my intro, I should have said I hated maths and science.
All right.
I didn't like it. I did it just because someone told me it would give me a bit more options. So I willed my way through that whole process personally. And, you know, a lot of people, for example, even school or uni, I could say I hated school, I hated uni, but I love options. I love the fact that I can use this and then be able to create a business with it. I remember looking at, I think, Cambridge Consultants or something. I saw you needed a first class in order to apply for the role. I was like, all right, I'm going to get the first class just so it can be an option. Does that make sense? So it was like maths and science was just so I can do the different options. For me personally, yeah, I didn't love either of those.
Just wondering for people in the audience who maybe don't love science and maths, but have been super inspired by what they've heard from the speakers, what are the other, like, how else could they get into it? Are those things absolutely essential?
It's a great question.
You go first, please.
I mean, so what you just said resonates quite well. You know, you want to have the option, so you don't necessarily have to love it. I mean, one of the things that I tell people about is, even to this day, I still do a lot of like sewing and arts, and you know, I've been sewing for dolls, and now I sew for humans. You know, like I've gone through the whole process. I do loads of arts and crafts. I spend a lot of time in my creative space. You know, so if that's what you do, whether it's music or art, whatever it is, that creation, you know, we have production engineers, we have animation people who are all about the arts. So, you know, the engineering field is quite wide and quite broad. I mean, we've said that many, many times. And, you know, you might want to do some of the stuff that we're doing. There are ways in. You can start somewhere and grow, because it's about the skills and it's about the experience that you build. So, you know, you can come through an apprenticeship. That does not necessarily mean that you've done sort of the sciences or the STEMs. You can come through different routes to enter. What my babysitter's just, I've just been able to sort of encourage, she was telling me about it, but she now does an apprenticeship, and she did no maths or science, and she's working at Marshall. Somebody mentioned Marshall. She's doing an apprenticeship through Marshall's, through one of their routes, and so she's coming through the space in a different way. So I think it's just important to say that while that's the traditional way, the maths and the sciences to come through, there are other ways, and actually I think it's really important now that we explore the boundaries between arts and science. So there's, I don't know how many people have heard of STEAM, but it's an area that I really love, because when I think about the work that I do, whether I'm creating a product or a technology, it really has to be appealing, and that comes to my creative side, you know. So there's loads of areas there that you can explore, I think.
Thank you. We've got, there's going to be, they've got a few more questions. So some questions, you might have to come to them in the break as well, just so I don't give you too short of a break and you're like, George, man, what are you doing? So just in case. So we'll take 2 more tops.
Hello, how's it going? So a question for Nav. How do you go about successfully translating an idea as big as like Divya's washing machine to actually creating a product?
Yeah, it's really good. I think it's can I just recap the question? How do we go about translating an idea into a product? Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think it's all about the story and who it's impacting. And also highlighting the problem that you're trying to fix with that idea. So finding a gap. Also doing some research to see what's out there already. For the first few months, I messaged all the washing machine companies around the world and said, can you come over and help me? And Richard Hewitt, the guy that I showed you, was the only one that said, hey, I'll come over. So that was the first thing before I tried to create my own thing. So that's really important. And then it requires so many things, not just engineering, but arts and the marketing side, the product side. There's so many different streams to actually get this product into the hands of the user. It's just really complicated.
That's a great point, because if you look at most companies, the amount of people that are doing it, links to your question, the actual engineering or technology is actually just a percentage. The rest is the marketing, the legal, which is so important for the product to actually be used by the masses or whoever it's designed for. So
and Mo's a really good example of that, where he studied aerospace engineering. Now he's doing social media.
It's the best example right here.
Technical know-how, but applying it to storytelling. I think that's really important.
One more question. Got a question here.
There's a lady there as well.
Where is it?
Just in the blue there.
I'll try and squeeze your one in, if it's a quick fire one.
All right there. I got a question for Nav, again. And I do think it could spread to Amma as well. Both of you guys talked about Nav with your business and Amma with your new job. You said you received some support, Nav with RS Group as well. Yeah. I was just wondering, how did you go about finding that support, and what did that support help you do with your endeavors in your washing machine project and your career?
Do you want to go first and I'll go? Okay. So at the time I was building these washing machines, I was buying these products off the RS website, and I got invited to do this event 4 years ago. I did the event, and then Isabella came up to me and said, you know, why are you buying our products? We can give them to you and donate them. So that was the kind of first starting point of the RS Group collaboration, and now they're our flagship partner, and we're impacting many people around the world. But that being said, before that, I used to write to people in the community. I said, could you give me 500? Could you give me 1,000? Could you give me 10,000? And people used to give it. And if you don't ask, you don't get. I think that's really important. And we're all from diverse backgrounds in this audience, and the support for diverse people is growing. It's not enough, and it's not fair, but it's growing, and I think you should tap into those channels. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, same. It's proactivity, really. It's finding what it is that you want to grow into and looking for opportunities around that. I mean, my very first job, I sort of joined a small group of students at the university who were all wanting to be an engineer, so mechanical engineers, the young members panel, and I'd heard from people that they were consultants. At the time, I had no idea what that meant, because I just wanted to be an engineer. And that actually paved the way for my first role, because I realized that it meant that I could explore different projects in one job. You know, normally you'd go to a company and you're creating one type of thing and that's all you do. But as a consultant, one day you have a project for thing A, then thing B. So it's just sort of finding those connections. And I think it's important to try and tap into like connections from, say, a day like today, see what other people are doing, and then carve your way from that. It really will be a lot of proactivity on your side to look for what's out there and charter the way for what's closest to what you want to do.
Very good, thank you. We'll squeeze one more in from the lady at the back in the blue.
Chuck it.
Oh.
Almost.
Nearly. So we'll take the question for one person.
I really like epigenetics at the moment, and I was wondering if I do a biomedical engineering degree, is it more related to that section, or if like in the future I'm not into that, would I still have like a broad, choices of different sections I can go into? So if it's better to do biomedical engineering or chemical engineering?
What is the area that you wanted to do?
Epigenetics.
Yeah. It's really up to you. So in the biomedical engineering industry, you'll learn about biology, you'll do the chemistry, you'll actually be able to pick and choose some areas as well. Most programs will allow you in your third and fourth year to pick some other areas that you want to like complement. So it's good to know that those areas, both the chemical engineering will lead you to that, the biomedical engineering will lead you. There's also biochemical engineering, which might actually allow you to be closer to bring those two together. So it's worth having a look. But the nice thing about some of these courses is that actually in the first year or two, they structure it. But as you go into your third and fourth year, you will be able to pick some subjects that bring it closer to where you want to go in the future. But then again, like we've said, all those transferable skills mean that you're not going to be left hanging. You will be able to pursue that and start to go into it. So we can talk a little bit more if there's a particular area, but I think biomedical, chemical, biochemical engineering, all of those would be good for you.
Amazing. Well, let's give both Nav and Amma a round of applause. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, so you'll be glad to know you now have a break. But before you go off, for those of you watching us online, you can catch some extra live content from Sheeny as she kind of explores the event over on RS socials. You said it's We Are RS Group on Instagram and TikTok. And for those of you here, it's time to go and look around. There's actually quite a few things you haven't seen just yet. So on the first floor, we've got activities from robots to a digital graffiti wall. So make sure you visit the exhibitors also that are at the different stands. You can also be proactive and take your first step to signing up to some of the follow-up events that we have after today. So we spoke about creating opportunities, so super important to do that. So with RS, they've got a personal brand workshop that they're going to be hosting. AFB has one which is Meet an Engineer, and IET is actually offering you an opportunity to go to their office space called Savoy Place, or the IET in general. So you can sign up for that all on the first floor. And then outside, you'll see some vehicles showcased. Has anyone been in a McLaren before? McLaren supercar. Anyone been in a Tesla? Anyone been on a big bus? Yeah? Okay, cool. So you've got all of those things out there. It's more than a bus. There's a lot in there that you need to explore, right? And I've also mentioned, where is it? Those bingo cards as well. Super important if you want to win this. So during this break, try and get as many of those answers as possible. And join us back here at 4:45.
Yeah, drop it, ain't doing nothing for me. Ask me how I'm fitted, that's the holy like time costs money, gotta roll it, oh yeah, these my veins, I probably move slowly on that phone, sit them with the cons, with the icons, but the lies make the better pawns, silly high fawns on that cry, feel it painted on, see the night long, wonder what I be waiting on, okay. But I still date a guy with a chain, claim that's 24 carats on a slave, tryna figure if I take the money to the grave, could've paid for my sins, pretty far from the end, but still plotting routes to escape my truth, probably got love, but I still need proof, tryna use faith when I'm down to a few, man I should pray, but what I'm gon' say, I'ma be here, feeling me, I'ma be here, frenemies, enemies, families, I'ma be here, feeling my, feeling my, give me my pen and my tears, feeling me, I'ma be here, call it my time, call it my dear, eyes on God, eyes on you, eyes on fries, not like you, cause I ain't finna beg no one to stay, please. Ask me how I feel amazing blessings. Eyes on God, eyes on you, keep eyes on fries. Came by late, like where's my car? Feeling my. I jumped on my cell like the cup. When I cry, bless I flow. When I die, pray I flow. Said I bleed red, not blood. Had to cancel my ex, that's yours. Devil don't tell me slow. Blessed I ain't even hot you. Saw God kneeling on the floor, knocking on my door, either God or the popo. Keep it on the low, but a tip from my snitch, like my lips when they slip. God see everything, hide my whip, like I'd commit. I might just dip. Cut it with the, ooh, what a night. Thank God that I made it past them days. Still got skeletons dead in my grave. I'ma be here, feeling me, I'ma be here. Frenemies, enemies, families, I'ma be here. Feeling my, give me my pen and my tears. Feeling me, I'ma be here. Call it my time, call it my dear. Eyes on God, eyes on you, eyes on fries, not like you. Cause I ain't finna beg no one to stay, please. Ask me how I feel amazing blessings. Eyes on God, eyes on you, keep eyes on fries. Came by late, like where's my car? Feeling my.
Me if you think that you can take that pressure. Setting levels, paper driven, and that's my only blessing. Hope has risen, shown a vision is but reality. With meaning and value, I spit this wisdom. Open to these steady bets, but risky ones will evidently get us where the pennies rest. Truth be told, I spend it when I get it. Watch those 20 step. Not because I'm sentenced, but we never know how many's left. Days are numbered, wonder why I used to say I wanted this, but now I'm older. Life has given me confidence. The complications a burden, but now I know what longing is. Failure isn't an option, but making it is obvious. My sister's talented, kinda lacks a drive, but she's arrogant. Brother's a genius, but his wisdom makes him arrogant. Older sister, I miss her, but similar, she's arrogant. I guess it's thanks to Sharon, I'm no different. Look, I'm arrogant. Approach me if you think this is an accident. Back on track of things, but my delivery is passionate. People laugh when I said I would spit about what is happening, but now they ask me how I get the visions that I'm capturing. Live it like the balance on my side when I get challenged. Now I'm open if it happens to be value to my status. Now it's overly apparent when I rap, they look embarrassed. Only facts I can recite because I actually live what happens.
This vibe I feel be motivating, no setbacks this time. I'm about to show my mom I got this, I can do this life. That's why I'm trying. I'm trying to get up, no excuses. Trying to convince myself I can do this. Trying to show myself I'm in control. Trying to show you that I wanna go. I wanna go far away. I wanna make it today. I wanna stack up my pay. I wanna give to my mom what she gave, just to make sure we were safe.
Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding. My name shining, ride with a dope type and display all my faux diamonds. Hustle openly greeted, keeping them on the edge of the seats like I fit the streets, but my dream is so far from similar. Living large is perimeter basing if you consider accomplishments on a scale that can change. Cause that's an image in itself, and if they're really feeling it, then there's no limit to this wealth. My hustle went unnoticed, from the depths of my stone I constructed my own token. Parted ways with the jokes and got in while the vibes open.
right, can I get everyone's attention, please? I think we're going to get started. Some people will be coming into the room, but if we can just keep quiet because we're going to get some speakers coming up in a few minutes. So the first question that I want to ask, how many people saw the McLaren, the bus, and the Tesla outside? Who went outside over there? Okay, cool. So for those of you that went outside, as you were going, you would have seen some drinks, and I think there's going to be food a bit later. Everything is free. You don't have to pay for anything. So some people are asking, how do I pay? You don't have to do any of that, right? So if you go over there, you can get a drink, anything. If I'm boring you, go over there, get a drink if you need to, yeah? Cool. So also welcome back, everyone that is joining us online. Quick reminder that Sheenie is also taking care of everything online, so anything that you do say in the comments, she'll kind of pass that along, whether it's a question or just a comment for us to kind of share with the speakers. So we're going to move into my home turf, motorsport, and our first speaker, I spent a lot of time with probably over the last 2 years through a lot of the work that we've been doing at Motives. She's one of the most dependable people that I know, definitely within the STEM space when it comes to keeping the ladder down. And her journey started out in North London. I got a lot of North Londoners here, so she's from there. And it was when she was in secondary school that I guess automotive and motorsport, that kind of interest came about. I realized that you did an EPQ. I didn't know that. I did an EPQ. I was saying to someone here, so an EPQ is an extended project qualification. So if you are doing your A-levels and you're thinking, I want to express myself outside of these courses, an EPQ is a good thing to do. So we'd definitely kind of recommend that. And then she then went on to study an integrated master's degree in automotive engineering at University of Leeds. And then after spending some time at McLaren, she's now at the Ops Mercedes, who of course I support. And she is a mechanical design engineer. So let's please welcome Biftu.
Hi everyone, so my name is Biftu Abagodu. I'm an automotive engineer and I'll be taking you through basically my journey up until where I am today and a bit about my background as well and hopefully answering some questions later on too. So a little bit about me. So going all the way back, so my parents are both from Ethiopia. I'm Oromo and they were born and raised in Ethiopia and emigrated to Germany, got married and had me and my sister. Just a bit of context for those two pictures. So for the top picture, basically I was trying to dig through some baby pictures to try and find like any evidence of me being like proper engineer from early on to try and prove like it was ingrained in me, you know. And because a lot of the time when it comes to like speaking to colleagues and speaking to course mates, they're like, oh, you know, I popped out of the womb and I was doing Lego. And then I knew that I was going to be an engineer. So I was trying to do some digging, and the closest thing I could find was just me in some pajamas with cars on it. So that's what you're going to get today. And this is all basically just to say that you don't have to have had that sort of ingrained in you from a young age. You know, I didn't grow up in, like, I don't know, my dad's garage building motorcycles at the age of 5. Like, that's not my story. And so that's all just to say that that doesn't have to be your story either. Not to say that, you know, that's a bad thing. I wish I did. But there are different routes into it, and you can basically decide what you want to do. Like, there's no late way of doing it, basically. And that's definitely how it was for me. So the next best thing that I could find was this picture at the bottom of me getting my first maths award at school. So this was all in Germany as well. I was like 7 or 8, very proud of myself. I don't like this picture, but my parents have it very dearly to their hearts, so I thought I'd put it in. And then at the age of 9 is when we moved to the UK. So I grew up in Tottenham, North London, and went to school there. But I was born in Germany, so I spoke no English. No English, just vibes, sitting in class, not understanding anything. And yeah, it sounds quite soppy, but I always say, like, I sat in school, I didn't know what was going on, like, I didn't speak the language. It's already hard enough, like, trying to make friends and getting to know other kids and trying to fit in. Didn't speak the language. And I always say I was sat in maths, because I knew I was good at maths and I really liked it. But it was the one lesson at school where the language barrier didn't mean anything. And I could really just find that familiarity bubble and get on with it and feel like I was part of the class and I could just get on with it and feel like I could be the best I could be in maths. And I think naturally from maths, STEM started growing. The sciences, GCSEs, I started really enjoying. Went to secondary school at Hornsey School for Girls in North London. And that was when I really started thinking, well, maybe engineering is what I want to do. So I started watching Formula One, became a massive Lewis Hamilton fan, I still am. And that was when I thought, okay, so like A-levels are starting to come around. I need to decide what I want to do, and I think maybe engineering is what I want to do. So that's what I did. So in A-levels, I did physics, maths, economics, and biology, and EPQ. And then it was time to apply for university. By this point, I made engineering my whole personality at school. I was like, I'm going to be an engineer. I'm going to work with Lewis Hamilton. I'm going to be in Formula One. My friends were sick and tired of me. My teachers were also they were backing me up, but at the same time, they're like, okay, you need to relax a little bit. I persevered, and it came to UCAS. And initially, I applied for mechanical engineering, and did my application, got rejected from Cambridge, got rejected from Imperial. I was like, okay, this is looking a bit sticky now. And I did an Access to Leeds course, which basically they look at your background, sort of progression to university from the area that you grew up in, things like your household income, circumstances, and things like that, to basically see if you qualify for this course that you do just before university over the summer. So that's what I did. And then if you pass that course, they lower your grade boundaries as well, your grade requirements. So that's what I did. Got into Leeds. Got into Leeds train station. Due to family circumstances, I moved up by myself, so it was just me and my suitcase in Leeds train station. And that's when it sunk in, this is it. All through school, you work through, get good grades, getting into uni. That's what my parents drilled into me. So I got my good grades, and I got into uni, and that was that, I was there. And that was when it really dawned on me, this is a beginning. It's where I wanted to work towards, but what's next, And I found first year really, really difficult because it was all I was working towards, and now all of a sudden a door has opened and I don't know where I'm going. And so during my university sort of journey, second year was when I really sort of picked myself up and I was like, okay, university isn't the end goal here. It was at some point during A-levels, but now I need to think about my next steps. So I picked myself up. I knew I wanted to work in Formula One, so I joined Formula Student, and that's where I did my third year bachelor's project. So I did the engine intake system design for my third year dissertation, and that was in conjunction with Autodesk and Additive X as well as a sponsorship, because we had no money. So we had to basically work with different companies to try and get them to sponsor us, sponsor manufacture, make our parts. So we managed to do that, and my project was showcased at a 3D printing convention up in Birmingham. And then after my third year, I did a placement year. So I worked at BMW Group, working on high voltage battery design for electric vehicles of the future as a design engineer. And then coming back from that, I continued on to my fourth year of university. By this point, I forgot to mention, so I applied for mechanical, and in my third year, I switched to automotive because I was definitely sure that that's what I wanted to do. And in my fourth year, my master's dissertation was designing the Formula Student electric vehicle chassis design. So I was very sort of sure that I wanted to do design. I knew that CAD was what I enjoyed, designing parts, whatever it is across the car, as long as I'm designing, I'm happy. So that's what I chose to do for my project. And I was honored to get the Best Project Award from the ethnically for my project in my fourth year. Thank you. Thank you. And then it was graduation. So this was my graduation. At the end of 2021 was when I graduated, but because it was the end of COVID, I couldn't really have my ceremony or anything. But luckily last year, in spring, I finally had my ceremony and got to bring my parents, very proud of me. I wore my Oromo traditional dress as well, which was a very proud moment. And yeah, so I got my first class master's in automotive engineering. Thank you. So I graduated, and then it was time to look for a job. And because, again, coming off of the end of COVID, half of the graduate schemes that I wanted to apply to weren't running, or they were having less capacity. So I was literally just scrambling, trying to find anything related to cars that I could do at the end of my degree. And finally, I got an offer through in July, so just after graduating, from McLaren Automotive. So that's where I went. So this was summer of 2021. I started in August. And my role there was working within the body in white team. I was an associate design engineer. And my focus was working on front crash structures. So as I said, a design engineer, so mainly my work is to do with CAD and part design. And focusing on crash structures meant that I had to work with different teams within the department and also other departments working on things like cost efficiency, weight efficiency, packaging optimization, and crash safety. So the aim of the role is obviously to design a system that's going to absorb as much energy as possible in the event of a crash. And there's loads of different rules and regulations that cars have to pass in order to be sold and then drive on the road. So that's what I did. And then that brings us on to today. So today I am a graduate mechanical design engineer at Mercedes F1. And at the moment, my focus day to day is working on the America's Cup. If you haven't heard of the America's Cup, it's basically, this was surprising to me actually when I was looking into it. I should have known this before I applied, but the America's Cup is actually the oldest running competition or sporting competition in the world today, which I had no idea about before I joined the team. And it's basically, we design a race boat that we sail and we compete internationally. So the next America's Cup is next year in October 2024. So that's what we're working towards. And in my role, I work as part of the hydraulics design team. So basically, a lot of the systems on the boat are hydraulically powered, which means that there's loads of systems and parts in the boat that I have to design as part of the team as well. And I guess the whole reason that we're here today, which is DE&I in STEM or diversity in STEM, it's obviously going to be a topic very close to my heart because there's not many people that look like me at work or in uni or anything. I'm used to being the only woman in a group, the only black person in a group, the only black woman in a team. And so I think during my university course especially, so coming from Tottenham, a girls' school, very diverse, surrounded by girls in STEM, to then being at Leeds train station, realizing this is it, and sitting on a course of 200 odd people and being the only black girl in that room, it made me realize that I have to do something about it. Even if it's just me as one person, I have to do something in order to make sure that I can be the person that I wish I had when I was at that stage in my life. And so it meant that, especially being like the eldest daughter, the eldest person, or the eldest kid in a family, not having like an older cousin or a sibling to ask about UCAS, about universities, about what courses to apply to, it meant that being a STEM ambassador, for example, was really, really important to me because it meant that I could provide that service to someone else who might not have the same person to refer to. So being a STEM ambassador, so during my McLaren days, I used to go to schools, bring McLarens out, which is really cool. We've got one outside as well. Get the kids to start asking questions, just intrigued, and telling them about what I do day to day, get them thinking, obviously not trying to force them to be engineers, they don't have to be, but just trying to get them thinking and about a career in engineering if that's something that they're interested in. I'm also part of the RC Vision Advisory Board. So RC Vision is a venture which aims to get kids involved in STEM subjects through radio-controlled car racing, which is really interesting. And I think James is going to cover a little bit more about this later, but I'm also part of Driven by Us, which is a similar venture which aims to get more diverse talent in motorsport as well. So yeah, that is me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Bifty. I'm a bit salty because, when you put the picture of DEI in STEM, Motives definitely had the McLaren out. You didn't put our picture up there, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll take it. And I didn't realize as you were doing. So Formula Student was something that I also did, but I was rejected from Formula Student in my third year. So, which just goes to show you can still end up in motorsport if that's where you wanted to go, and be rejected from that main pathway that takes you there. right? So I think Amma spoke a lot about failure and it not being a linear path, and just to show that there's many other paths to kind of get there. So as Biftu alluded to, we've got the one and only James. So much of what I've shared about Biftu, I could also say about James as well, in terms of his heart for young people in STEM and mentoring. I've heard of so many people that you've practically helped to get jobs within the industry. Just last week, to be fair, one of the guy's sons that you got into Mercedes and you mentored him through the process, which is super phenomenal. So congratulations to James for that and all the work that he's been doing so far. And I guess over the last decade or so, I would say probably 13 years or over, he's been working in the automotive and motorsport industry as well, just like Biftu, places like Haas F1, McLaren, again, the name's popping up, and Mercedes F1. And for a lot of has anyone seen that video of the Formula One car racing the jet? Has anyone seen that on socials? So James would have been there supporting that operation to make sure the electronics, I guess, on and off track are basically where they should be. So when Lewis Hamilton was racing that car, he's essentially supporting those systems to make sure that they're as best as they can be. And I guess at the heart of everything, he's been D&I champion, won a few awards, I'm gonna name one or two. So the Empower Top 100 Future Leader Role Models 2023. Nikkei, you can probably add some more for me as well. Got a little cheeky letter from the Prime Minister, Richie. You know, there's a lot of different people who have different feelings, but for the most part, it's super impressive. So you got a letter through the post recently for a Points of Light Award, which the Prime Minister essentially recognizes a few people that have made an impact, and James is one of them. So I can say a lot, but we welcome James.
How's everyone doing this afternoon? All good? Enjoying the fantastic speakers that we have? Absolutely phenomenal. So I'm basically going to take you through my life journey, start off with where I am with Driven by Us, how I got there, and also take you through the career journey that I've had from automotive to motorsports to Formula One. So currently, my name is obviously James Dorner. I'm Principal Systems Engineer and the founder of Driven by Us. Previously an engineer working at Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One team. So while I was at Mercedes, I was responsible for the on and off car systems for the heritage cars, so dating back from 2022 back to 2013. So these would have been all the cars driven by Sir Lewis Hamilton, the likes of Nico Rosberg, Valtteri Bottas, George Russell, just to name a few drivers. And we were working as a team to ensure the cars were in tip-top shape for demonstrations or activities on track, as George mentioned. One of the recent activities we did was racing a jet over in America, which was phenomenal, which the whole team really, really loved and really enjoyed. Anyone have a guess which one? The jet. But the initial getaway. The Formula One car. The Formula One car to start, and then Jet came and took over. So, as mentioned, I'm the founder of Driven by Us. We are primarily a community interest company. However, we're also a club within Motorsport UK. We're the first ethnic minority-led club. Yes, it's 2023. Can't believe that. First ethnic minority-led club to support ethnic minorities and women of colour in particular to access motorsports with the focus of STEM. So we focus on grassroots and then personnel working within Formula One. So we created that safe space for everyone to network amongst the community, those who don't necessarily have the support network. We are that support network. We bring everyone together. I think we have a membership of how much, George? Over 60. We're nearly up to 70 members since we started. We started officially in April 2023. So we've been building for a year behind the scenes, and we've got it going with Nike's blessing. It's been fantastic to have the support from AFBE. So, a little bit about our objective. What our objective is to basically run courses, programs, events in schools in specifically deprived areas in the UK. So those areas that don't have access to STEM and our focus is motorsports. So we give the students, the children, an insight into motorsports through STEM activities that we've created, delivering it to the deprived areas around the UK. So we have a focus of schools in London, we have a focus of schools in the Midlands, we have a focus of schools in the southwest of England. As you can imagine, people in the southwest of England don't necessarily have access to motorsports because it's quite far out from all the urban hotspots that you would have motorsport venues at. So we go there, put on activities in the classroom, and also have the ability to take students through our partners to indoor, outdoor karting locations, as well as other activities in terms of tours around facilities with motorsport organisations. So the mission is simple for us. What we're trying to do is basically just share inspiring stories, bring the next generation through, provide that support network for those currently working in the industry, and also spotlight and showcase what is possible through the talented individuals we have. We have the first female who's stepped on the podium in F1 in Stephanie Travers. We have George, who's doing fantastic work with his own organisation, as well as everything else that he does that I cannot keep up with. A lot of inspiration people who are making a difference. We have Biftu involved, who's doing phenomenal things. We have Danielle involved as well, who's here supporting. So a lot of us in the community doing great things in our own respect, coming together as a community. But I'll take you back to how it started, so bear with me. I'm going to go through my whole life story, hopefully. A lot of relatable content, some which has been mentioned already by everyone, but yeah, hopefully kind of carry that message across of perseverance and believing in yourself and you doing what you want to do, whether it's in STEM or other careers. So, you see a picture to the left, or to the right of me. This was me 1 day old. I was born in Harrow, Norfolk Park Hospital. Anyone from North West London? Woo! So I was born in Harrow. I was born 24 weeks. Is that right? My sister's in the crowd. Yep, so 24 weeks. So that was taken after my, 1 day old. So as you can see, I was in ICU, lots of tubes, broken leg, broken arm, and I think I was there for quite a long time, wasn't I? Fortunately, no defects other than slightly deaf in my left ear. Yeah. So that was me born and how I've come about now. So, next picture was outside our first family home, again in northwest London, Willstone. So that was myself and my sister and one of our aunties. So good times, good memories. But that was the change in a life event, which was unfortunate, but it happens. Hopefully, a lot of relatable items which people can see. So, obviously, I mentioned I was born 24 weeks, 50% survival rate. Spent quite a long time there. I was the last of four, so the youngest. Even though I'm the youngest, I don't feel the youngest. I feel really old. And before my 7th birthday, my father passed away, and that was quite a difficult time. So I didn't know what was going on. We were moving from council house to council house. I still remember to this day. Moving to, a hotel in Willston Green. We had to get on a train from Willston Green in the rain all the way to Harrow, and I was not enjoying it. I didn't know what was going on. There was so much happening, and it wasn't an enjoyable time. But obviously, we were able to, after several years, I think it was the year 2000s, we were able to finally settle in, again, in a different part of Harrow. And from there, I was able to kind of support myself, support the family, and have influence from a network around me. So one of those key influences was my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. At the time, I didn't really know what his job was. So it took me until my early 20s to kind of understand what he did. So he's actually a telecommunications engineer, but I thought he just climbed telegraph poles and fixed them, which I still find absolutely insane because they're really, really high, really, really dangerous. So I'm always concerned about when he's going up from those telegraph poles. So yeah, he kind of supported myself, giving me that ability to kind of, I can be what I want to be, whether it's kind of in education or if it's in career or supporting others. So, taking you to GCSEs, I actually failed my English and Maths GCSEs. I had to redo them at college. So while at college, I had to do my vocational course. So I did a vocational course in science. It was an AVC, I think they called them, do they still do BTECs now and NVQs? So similar kind of format to that while doing an AS in IT. So after redoing my GCSEs and obtaining the grades to go to university in the A-levels, there's a bit of a trend going on here. Unfortunately, I didn't get straight into university. I had to do a foundation degree, so it's a case of applying to universities that would able to do foundation degrees, and I think now they're quite rare, so finding a good university which kind of does the foundation degrees is quite hard. I went to Coventry University, and I was fortunate to kind of have that network to kind of do the foundation degree and progress onto the main course. And while I was going through my mind and reflecting on how I've got to this place so far, I would always have been embarrassed to say, oh, I did a foundation degree because I wasn't good enough to go straight onto the main course. Oh, I didn't pass my English and maths previously. That wouldn't be something that I would have said, but it shows the resilience and shows how you can become stronger from maybe setbacks, maybe failures, and maybe not the route that you see yourself going towards. So it's hopefully some relatable items that if you don't succeed, you can try again, you can do better, and you can get to where you want to go, whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. As long as you have that long-term vision in your mind and where you want to go in your career, you can definitely achieve it. So, moving to a placement year, again, a common theme. I did 50 applications in 2009, and it was really, really hard. Lots of rejections, lots of, I think my sister remembers, lots of hard times in terms of, oh, I'm not good enough to kind of do a placement year. It was recession time as well. I was one of two to get placement. So a lot of my friends studying the course went on to do final year, whereas I went on to do placement year, which was fantastic. It was a great opportunity. I was a reliability engineer working on the mini cars in BMW in Oxford. So I was responsible for the internal, external fleet of vehicles, which would go out to internal customers as well as external customers, finding faults, reporting them back to the senior engineers of various function groups. I then came back to my final year. My lecturer who taught me mechanical engineering, or the module, and also my tutor, Mr. William Dunn, he put myself forward for a 2 weeks work experience at McLaren Automotive. So this was in a cold rain. I remember, again, going to Woking, getting a £40 hotel, a really, really cold winter time, and just trying to impress them as much as possible, finding faults on the vehicle prototype cars, the pre-production cars, and again, feeding back to the senior engineers. So this was kind of my way into the automotive industry. I didn't really think it would lead to kind of a full-time role in McLaren, which was the case. So I was made full-time in 2011 when I graduated. I was responsible for the press and marketing cars, ensuring the vehicle calibration was okay and working as it should, and going over to various locations around the UK, making sure the cars performed as they should. So it was a really, really cool role. So while I was there, I was kind of like, okay, I'm here at McLaren Automotive. How do I go from McLaren Automotive to F1? Because everyone wants to go to F1, everyone wants to go to motorsports. And I was told several times, oh, you don't go to motorsports. People like, you don't go to automotive to F1. It just doesn't happen. But I didn't let that deter me. I was kind of set out a path to kind of network, staying late, meeting the engineers, meeting the driver testers that would test the automotive cars, which would then feed back information to the F1 cars as well. So it was kind of working the network and seeing how I can utilize my time there to kind of get to the end goal of being an engineer in Formula One. That didn't happen straight away. I went off to McLaren GT to be lead development engineer on the GT Sprint car. So this was a car which we took from road car format and changed into a track-only car. I think Ella's in the background there. She can probably vouch for McLaren and the fantastic things that they're doing. And the fact that I was able to lead that project showed that there was a lot of belief in myself and my skills and my ability. I was then able to learn about GT racing sports cars, which is a form of motorsports. Again, everyone only sees Formula One, but there's loads of range of motorsports. You can have low-level single-seaters. You can have GT sports cars, which is basically a road car converted into a race car, and there's championships all around the world. So I supported the systems for those customer teams up and down the UK, and it was a brilliant, brilliant time. I then kind of had a point of realization that I wasn't able to progress at McLaren GT to go to Formula One directly. So what I did was I applied to go to Haas F1. I was then, again, didn't expect to get the position, didn't know anyone in F1 at the time. So I was able to apply, successfully do the interview. I remember doing the interview, speaking to Gunther Steiner while I was in America in the back of a race truck, which was really, really surreal. because I was working while doing an interview, which just does not happen. Yeah, they called me back later that month and offered me the position, which I did. I was then trackside for Kevin Magnussen. So you see the engineers at the back on the laptop. So I was one of those engineers reading, making sure the cars were okay and working as they should. I then translated that into working back at McLaren Racing as a system support engineer, working at the factory, working in mission control, which is an area where the 32 engineers that don't go trackside sit in a room and feed information back to the track. And then, again, seeing a new role appear at Mercedes, a dream of mine working with Lewis Hamilton. So Lewis Hamilton, didn't think it would be possible, applied for the role, and I was successful. So looking after all the old heritage cars in the fleet and making sure that they were okay going out to demonstrations. And now recently I've left Mercedes to lead Driven by Us, again, focus on the community, focus on those who don't necessarily have access into motorsports and automotive, forming that network, creating that safe space and providing programs and events for grassroots and those up and coming for the next generation. And here's a little visual of my career to date. So my time at BMW, looking after reliability fleet, working at McLaren Automotive. You've got Jenson Button there, who was a F1 driver. That was back in 2010. Working with McLaren GT between 2012 and 2017, and joining Haas F1 at the end of 2017, before going back to McLaren Racing. You see Lando Norris, he still drives for McLaren Racing team, as well as doing activities in terms of testing with the team. I was also at the factory. Below you'll see an image where Sky Sports actually came to the factory, and this is the mission control area I was talking about, where you have the engineers sitting and looking at the screens, feeding back information to the trackside team. And then the final picture was myself at Mercedes at Goodwood Festival of Speed. So how it started, 2009, this was a free event. This is myself, a really young looking myself, and Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Hamilton, a really bad photo. This was kind of my first instance of, okay, how am I going to go from not working, but realizing I can work in motorsports to get to motorsports and go to F1 and perhaps one day work with Lewis Hamilton. This was how it's going. So going into schools, giving talks, my STEM ambassador work, what we do through Driven by Us, and what Dr. Nike has helped so much with in my life as a coach, provide that mentorship and next generational program to the up and coming. This was the event that George was talking about over in America, where we raced a plane, which was really, really cool. And then how it's going now since leaving. Oh, no, sorry, this is the last photo. So this is the photo of us with the jet, which was really, really cool. As you can see, 2009 to, well, that was 2021. A really, really cool time, racing a jet, working with Lewis Hamilton, from it being a dream to it being reality. And then how it's going now. So forming a community, Driven by Us. We have lots of personnel in the community working, being involved with us, delivering the role models and the next generational programs for those who want to work in the industry, and being that, like Mo said, that lighthouse that everyone gravitates towards. So that is us, is Driven by Us. In terms of takeaways, what I can recommend is definitely mentorship. Mentoring has been fantastic for myself and my progression, and for those who need the support, a coach that can kind of big you up and support you and guide you on your journey, and someone who will advocate for you. So those three things in your professional career or your academia career, definitely I would recommend try and find those three people that can carry you and support you through your life journey. As you can see, it's all about hard work and how you see yourself in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to get there. As long as you get there, it's fantastic. And then once you do get there, change the goal, make it different. As you can see, I've done the whole motorsports 13 years. I've done it. Now I'm about giving back to the community, to those who need it. There is a space there. The fact that we've been recognised by the Prime Minister and a lot of other people since we've started, which is fairly recently, although building in background, is proof that we're onto something special and the community needs it. So that is Driven by Us. Thank you.
That's impressive, right? I'm surprised he put that throwback picture up, because I'm not sure I would have done it, you know what I mean? But such is life. Everyone's got their options. But I'm sure so many people have questions We'll take some questions from the online audience as well just after. We'll start in the room yet again. We've got first hand up on the right. Do we have the mic anywhere? Where did we leave it? Okay. Just up here in the front.
Is it working? All right.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Daniel. You know, with graduate schemes and internships, with it being very competitive, what's the tips for like application? Like how to like stand out? Like how do I get as many offers as possible?
It's a great question. Thank you.
Should I take it?
Yeah, go for it, please.
For me, I would say the one thing that I overlooked quite a lot was that most of the applicants that are applying for these graduate schemes and internships will have the same qualifications as you. They'll be studying some form of engineering at university. They might even be doing Formula Student. So to me, the thing that I had to focus on was standing out from that. And it meant that instead of focusing on just the technical, which everyone had, I mean, to be applying for it, you had to qualify for certain qualifications anyway. It was about finding something outside of that curricula that will make me stand out, whether it's hobbies, interests. It doesn't have to be technical or related to Formula One or motorsport. It can be a hobby that you're just learning, picked up, but it means that you're a well-rounded person. And at the end of the day, whatever your role you do apply for, you're going to end up working with other human beings. So you have to get along with people and have interests, and they have to make sure that you're actually like a three-dimensional person that they can get along with at the end of the day. So like having that relatable aspect as well of just being a well-rounded human is definitely very important and something that's overlooked quite a lot when it comes to competitive applications.
Amazing, thank you. We'll take one from online first and then we'll go there.
So Steve Markham has asked about role models, but you've talked about like Lewis Hamilton and various other role models.
He's the role model now.
Yeah, so I'm going to twist the question a bit and ask, how have you coped when there hasn't been role models? Because you guys are in a minority.
I'll take that, yeah.
The resident role model. So.
So I think my role models have always been family members, whether that be my sister, my mum, my brother-in-law. Keep it close to home, I would say. So look at those around you in the community as well as your direct network in terms of who can support you and believe in you. You just need that one person to believe in you, in what you want to do and what you want to achieve in life, whether that's your career, whether that's through education, that one person to always have your back. An example was after I did my placement year at BMW, my third year, I struggled and I didn't want to finish my third year. I wanted to quit, but my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, he was like, right, you can do it. You can finish the course and it will lead to better things. So I think having that one person that you can have to believe in you, even in this room, if you don't have that one person, then mentorship. There's loads of us here, we're all in a similar boat. Just having that one person you can relate to and bounce ideas back and just have that good relationship with, definitely.
Yeah, it's a great answer. I would also chip in there and say sometimes you've got vertical relationships which are like role models, but also the horizontal relationships. So all of you in the room, your pairs with one another, sometimes that is actually the strongest relationship in terms of pushing you to get to that next level. So I would say don't undervalue the people that you have right next to you in this very room. Those people can become your business partners, the people that you study with, to excel in any course that you're trying to do, the people that you might end up in companies with later. You just don't know. So I would say don't undervalue that as well for the person online. Yeah. Amazing. We had a question just back there.
Once again, thank you for sharing your stories with us. For both of you, it seems you've been through many different roles to get to where you are today. My question is, did you always find it interesting, or were there cases where sometimes you just do something to get to the next step, and perhaps you couldn't find the next step interesting?
It's a great question. What's your name, by the way?
I'm Tamu.
Tamu, nice. Great question.
I'd say that, yeah, definitely it's, especially coming out of university, knowing I wanted to do Formula One and getting to that stage where I was about to graduate and seeing that I didn't get the graduate schemes that I wanted was definitely a difficult point. But I'd say that, especially for me, because I still had the interest in automotive, it meant that it gave me a backup option, but also an option that it wasn't just a backup, I was actually interested in. So I definitely say keep your options open, and if it doesn't come to you in that first application, which for me it definitely didn't. I still have the notes app in my phone of like all the rejections that I had. It's literally like 50, 60, 70 odd applications, rejections, all of them. So I'd say that the redirection isn't a bad thing. And especially when it comes to industries like engineering, you're always going to have transferable skills that you can move on to the next role for. Whether that's within automotive, like I did at McLaren, or whether it's what I'm doing now with America's Cup. I mean, I know nothing about boats. I came into the role knowing absolutely nothing. They talk about port and starboard. I'm like, I don't know what that means. So I had a lot to learn, but it meant that it put me that step ahead of just gaining as much skills as I could to then use that in the industry that I am interested in. So transferable skills is definitely something that is not to be overlooked, for sure.
That's a great one. Do you have anything? It's up to you.
Yeah, I think 50 summed it up fantastically. I think your transferable skills is key. And in terms of roles that I've done previously compared to what I'm doing now, certainly. So that time period when I was at McLaren GT, I wanted to break into F1. I didn't think it would be possible. So it's a case of sticking out with the roles that you can do and make that tough decision. So I actually left McLaren and then I came back. So the fact that they saw I could do the job role somewhere else, they were quite keen to employ me back at McLaren once I proved I could do the role. So yeah, definitely keep your options open. Don't funnel yourself into one particular route. And if you need to do different particular roles, like you say, it shows different transferable skills which could be useful later in your career.
Amazing. And a lot of times, it's only when you do something that you'll find out that you're interested in it as well. Most things I've done, I realize I'm not interested in it, and that's okay. It's just process of elimination. So yeah, just explore, expose yourself, be a sponge. Got a question over there? This is actually working, it's not too bad. You're doing good.
Hi, my name is Anas, and I just wanted to ask Biftu, you said you are doing a Formula student in university, and that's something that I wanted to do when I enter university, so I just wanted to ask what it's like.
What it's like?
What Formula student is like, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, at A-level time, I knew I wanted to do Formula student when I joined university. Got to uni, and I was so scared. I was like, I'm too scared to apply. So maybe I'll do it next year. And I plucked up the courage, because a lot of the time when it comes to universities, they choose sort of third and fourth years to be a part of the Formula student team, because they know that they've got projects that they're doing for their bachelor's or their master's dissertations. And so it meant that early on, so first and second years, you really had to be committed. There was like an application form to make sure that you're not sort of joining the team and then dropping out with responsibilities that have to be picked up by other people. So in that sense, it was quite rigorous to get onto the team. But once you are on the team, I feel like once they realize that you are passionate and you're dedicated, that's all you need. And in my second year, when I did join the team, I literally only had like little jobs here and there. It was like making a bracket or designing this part to hold something in place. It wasn't like any big design projects, but it meant that I was picking up that experience, making those connections within the team. They knew that they could depend on me, whether the job was big or small. And it meant that when it came to my third year, I would manage to have the opportunity to do a bigger project on the team. So definitely don't undermine those first 2 years, even if you don't get onto the team, because it means that you can still show that you are interested. And then in your third and fourth years, depending on the university, then you can do projects related to the team as well.
Amazing. Will you take 1 to 2 more questions? Do you have any? Yeah? Yeah, you first. We just need to...
Hi. Question to James. How did you find making the decision to leave your dream job to then join Driven by Us?
It was quite simple, I think. I think once you see the community and the impact it can have, helping others, it's kind of a no-brainer. You have your dream job, but your dream changes. Once you reach there, you can adjust and see what you can do for others. I've always liked helping people. I think growing up, I wanted to do physiotherapy, but being traditional African mum.
Physiotherapy?
Yeah, well, I like helping people. I'm helping
Learn
people in a different...
every day. Learn something every day.
So yeah, mum's like doctor, lawyer, engineer. She still doesn't know what cars is, but But yeah, so
I know the pain.
changing it up. So helping people in a different way through STEM, engineering, and media through Driven by Us is it's fantastic. I never thought it would be kind of what it is currently, where it's a big community supporting the network within the industry, as well as supporting the up and coming and bringing those through from grassroots to the next level. So yeah, live your dream, do your dream, and see how you can change it afterwards.
Amazing. Any questions at the back? I realise I don't want to neglect anyone at the back. If you've got a question, feel free. We'll take one at the front. Dan, go for it. One more question.
What advice can you give to someone starting up in the industry to stand out?
Yeah, so it's the standout side again. Do you have anything on that? I guess Bifty's kind of answered that in some way. Do you have anything, James?
To stand out from the crowd, I would say your experience. So Bifty kind of mentioned a lot of the peers will have the same kind of degree or going through an apprenticeship, the same kind of, on paper to employers, look similar. Typically employers will look for what, like you say, stands you out, and that sometimes will be the experience you have in the particular industry. So volunteering your time free of charge and working at lower level categories in the role you want to venture into, or just the field and the area you're interested in, is a key way to go into it. So I can go back to my time at McLaren Automotive. Doing that 2 weeks work experience was very little pay, but it was kind of the experience and exposure I needed to kind of bulk out my CV, and then to show them, to a company with the degree, that I can work in the industry with the skills obtained. So keep knocking at employers' doors, and they would give you an opportunity to kind of showcase your talents, and then that can bulk out your CV. So when you go for other applications and other job roles, you will be successful.
I guess just to add to that as well, sort of while I was doing my A-levels and applying to university, I also used to go to, like, I think I don't know if they still do it now, but UCL used to do like Friday afternoon free lectures for just the general public, which I really, really loved.
Imperial do that as well.
Do they? Yeah. So just things outside of school like that you can attend that you're genuinely interested in. Don't just do it to write it down, but actually go to the ones that you are interested in. Things like reading relevant books. There are loads of books that you can look up just online, depending on the degrees that you're interested in, if that's what, if a degree is what you want to do. And also things like Insight Days. So now as a STEM ambassador, I support quite a few Insight Days at Mercedes as well. So they do on-site events for people who might be interested in STEM and engineering, to take like tours of the factory and get to know more about people that work there and what they do day to day. So things like work experience weeks. So there's all these things that you can do during the summer holidays, for example, that you can just write down on your CV and be like, you know what, I attended this and this is what I learned out of it and this is what I got out of it. And you can that way also network and get to know people within the industry as well. And I think, especially with the role that I have now, I actually got through networking. So I attended an Insight Day at Mercedes in my, I think, second year of university. And I met my now manager there. He joined us for like the networking lunch hour. And he introduced himself, said what he did, and I was like, I want to work on your team. I really want to work on your team. He was like the head of powertrain integration at the time. And powertrain was what I was interested in because it was what my third year project was about. And that's where I met him for the first time. And after that, I literally used to pester him on LinkedIn and be like, hi, you know, just checking in. I'm doing my third year now. I'm doing this and that, looking for a placement, for example, and he'd give me advice. So those sort of insight events are definitely so useful just for networking. And I definitely think that that's the reason that I have the role I have now.
Amazing. We've got for one more question from online, and then we'll take it from there.
This is a question from me. I had the privilege of joining one of your Driven by Us events, and what really struck me was how the group of people that were there felt like it was a really safe place to be themselves. And all of us here today, we are all part of a global ethnic majority. How safe is it in motorsport to be yourself?
What a question. Okay. You want to probably, I think one person can take that question. James, you want to Go for it.
I think recently, due to obviously global events, I think it's more apparent you can be yourself. It wasn't always like that. Even dating back from automotive days when I first started, there were instances where personnel made comments about me having afro hair, which had to change, which obviously being a young engineer, you had to kind of feel like you can comply with. But nowadays, certainly in the last 3-4 years, certainly you can be yourself, you can be your own person, and it's something that I definitely encourage. So you don't adjust yourself to kind of fit into the environment and the industry you're working in. The team that you're working in should be accommodating to acceptance to yourself and your uniqueness and your individuality. So certainly challenge any questions that do come your way regarding any comments about yourself. And it's all about believing yourself, having that self-belief, confidence as well, having people that can support you and call out any issues that you face in the wherever you're working. So yeah, motorsport now is certainly improved and allowing people to be themselves for who they are and bring their uniqueness into the working environment, which is really good to see.
Do you want to add anything? Or?
Said pretty perfect.
Said it all. Said it all. Well, Biftu and James, let's give them a round of applause. All right, so I've actually got a question. Has anyone been to a Formula E or Formula One race before in the room? Got one. Show of hands. Formula E, Formula One race? Only one person. All right, so I've got a promise. You can hold me to this. I'm going to take at least 2 of you in the room to a Formula E or Formula One race. Not this year. Not you, Amma, no. But maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I might get a spare ticket for you. But I'll take at least 2 of you, right? And we'll do a post at some point to kind of allow you to join the competition. We took 2 just this last weekend to the Formula E Grand Final here in London. They had a VIP hospitality experience, and it's great to just see the world of motorsport for yourself and see there's so many roles within that as well. So that's my promise to you. So next year, make sure you ask me if this has been done. We'll make sure to get it done. Cool. So moving on swiftly. So remember the email that I mentioned to you guys that I thought was spam? Yeah? Okay, cool. So this next topic is about cyber, all right? And how often do you think there's a cyber attack? If you were to give the seconds, I was shocked. How many seconds or minutes? A cyber attack every 1 second. Thank God we're not at that place at the moment. So it's 39 seconds. Every 39 seconds, supposedly, there's a cyber attack. So that means there's someone that is sending a phishing email that is trying to get some information, some data. They're trying to get some money in a lot of cases. In COVID, this kind of expanded a lot because we all moved to virtual remote working. So it just skyrocketed. And that industry is growing in a considerable amount. I think over 25% each year compared to kind of what it's been doing since 2012. So now I think that cybercrime costs over 9 billion. Sorry, I'm wrong. 9 trillion in the US. 9 trillion. I don't even have those numbers. I don't know where those numbers come from. There's too many zeros for me. But that is a massive amount. So this next speaker is going to be over video because he can't join us today. But this is Joe Da Silva. So he actually works at RS, and he's the Chief Information Security Officer at the RS Group. And he helps the organization, but also the customers, to essentially address these risks that might appear day to day. He's got many different qualifications in order to do that. But he actually studied biochemistry beforehand. So the point I'm trying to make is a lot of speakers today have gone from studying one thing, whether it be materials, to then going on to work on products or tech. There's a lot of room for growth and, I guess, transferable skills in a lot of these roles. So he did that at Royal Holiday Holloway as well, where he's doing a PhD, a lot of PhDs today. And he did that part-time, and I think he just wrapped it up. So he's also passionate about making cybersecurity a lot more accessible for all of us. So we're going to share a video where you can kind of get it. And if you do need to kind of go to the toilet or so, most of you know where it is. Feel free to use the time to do it. But I think Joe De Silva's video.
I'm Joe De Silva, and I am the Chief Information Security Officer at RS Group, which basically means I run the cybersecurity department. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person, but a medical issue has prevented me from getting into London, I'm afraid. I want to talk a little bit about what I do, So, a bit about my background. Diana, and he came.
So far, so I think we're actually doing a brilliant job, so I'm sure we'll get there in a few minutes.
And I am the Chief Information Security Officer at RS Group, which
Louder, we're getting there.
I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person, but a medical issue.
If not, what I can do, I've always got a plan.
Silver, and I am the Chief Information Security Officer at RS Group, which basically means I run the cybersecurity department. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person, but a medical issue has prevented me from getting into London, I'm afraid. I want to talk a little bit about what I do, what we do in cybersecurity, but also a bit about my background and barriers that I've experienced and lessons that I've learnt. So a bit about my background. My dad was from Guyana and he came over here in the 60s. My mum was Irish and her parents came over here in the 40s, late 40s. And we grew up in a place called Lincoln, which is sort of North Midlands-y way. And neither of my parents went to university, but I had the opportunity to do that. We didn't have any tuition fees back then, and there was a full grant. Imagine that. Government used to actually give you money to support you learning things. Hard to believe now. But without that, me and my brother wouldn't have been able to go to university. But my parents were very much of the view that if you had the opportunity to do it, you should take it. And ultimately, it was going to make us more employable. So take the opportunity, see where you get to. So that worked out quite well. I went to Manchester, I did biochemistry at university, but didn't really then know what to do with it after that. I worked part-time through university as well. I worked part-time when I was at school. I started at 15 working in a shop, £2 an hour. So I've always enjoyed working. I've always wanted to bring in money so that I could do what I wanted to do and be able to do the things that my parents couldn't afford to do for us. And that was something that then carried on post-university. So literally, I think the day after I finished my last exam, I started temping. I ended up working in call centres, did that for a while, and then got to a point where I thought I'd better do something with this degree and see if I can get on a graduate scheme. Applied to a bank because I was working at a call centre in a financial services company, and banks are where the money is, so I thought, right, I'll do that. And then I didn't get into the bank that I applied for. I went to an internet cafe to fill in the forms. In those days, internet cafes were quite common because not everybody could afford to have a computer. And I paid for an hour, did the banking application in about 45 minutes, had 50 minutes left, wanted to get my money's worth, so I looked to see who else was recruiting, and I came across an advert for IBM, and I thought, do you know what, give it a go. So I bashed out the application in about 15 minutes with no prep work. So long story short, I got the IBM job, didn't get the banking job. So I then ended up working in technology roles for most of my career and then moved into security. I'd always had an interest in security, but mainly from how I could get into locks and open cars and things like that, but never realised there was actually a career in it. But working in technology made me realise that there was. So then I ended up running cybersecurity functions at large companies, British Gas prior to here, now RS. and really found a huge passion for security was being fulfilled by working in it, and it was just feeding into that quest that I'd always had to learn more and to be able to get whatever knowledge I could out of the situation I was in, which is for me always been about employability. I've always wanted to learn more, but it's also really critical for me that if I ever lose my job, that I'm in a good place to get another job. And having watched my dad go through the redundancy, that was always very front of mind. How can I make sure that I'm able to get another job if I lose the one that I've got? So learning has been quite key for me. It's not the be all and end all by any means, but I've always seen it as something that helps me to be more employable. So with that in mind, I started a PhD about 5 years ago. So did that part-time whilst working, and I did that for the employability aspect of it, but also wanting to learn more, especially about the non-technical side of security, which much more than the technology actually influences everything we do. The sort of political aspects, the social aspects of security, it's something that we just can't escape. Security affects each of us every single day, whether that's how you're using your phone, whether that's walking down the street and being surveilled by CCTV. Security is something that we just cannot get away from, and it affects how we live our lives. So it's not just tech, I guess, is the message there. And that leads me on to talk about what cybersecurity is. Big part of it is technology. There's no getting away from that. Hacking of systems. But what we do in the cybersecurity industry is legal hacking. So we will hack our own systems. We will try and find holes before criminals do. And there are criminals. There are lots of criminals. So cybercrime, whether it's phishing, whether it's somebody sending you an email saying, can you transfer this money into this account, whether it's somebody trying to attack a website for a corporate organization, it's a business. It's a $3 trillion annual business. That's the cybercrime industry. And it is phenomenally sophisticated. This is organized crime. Don't make any mistake. This is organized crime. It is generally not one person in their bedroom going, I wonder if I can hack the BBC website or whatever. It is business that is run very professionally. So we, as a team within the organization, need to bear that in mind, look at what we can do to defend against those sorts of attacks. And part of what we do internally is demonstrate some of these mechanisms, some of the methods that hackers use. That includes little hacking tools. There's something called the OMG cable, which you can look up, which looks like an iPhone charging cable, and to all intents and purposes it is. But if you plug that into your computer, with my phone, I can then remotely command that cable to run software on your computer and to install software, and I can do it in the background without you noticing. The cable itself is got a small chip in the top end of it. You can't see it, so it's no bigger than a normal iPhone cable, and the wire acts as a Wi-Fi antenna. It's incredibly sophisticated, but this sort of technology exists. We also demo things like Wi-Fi spoofing, so that I can set up a fake McDonald's Wi-Fi, fake Starbucks Wi-Fi, whatever you like, and your phone will automatically connect to it if it's previously connected to Starbucks Wi-Fi. We also look at the non-technological aspects, like human behaviour. There's a huge amount of psychology involved in security. As I mentioned, also politics and sociology. Definitely not just IT. So how do you get into it? If you've never had a look at it before, if you're just starting out from scratch, do some research. There's loads of stuff on YouTube, there's loads of stuff on blogs, there's lots and lots of books out there, and if anyone is interested, I'll happily send anyone a list of things to get started with. Networking is really important. Everybody's going to tell you to network, but really in security it's absolutely crucial. But it's slightly different because most people in security are really happy to share their experiences and to share advice with you. They're not just necessarily looking to network for the sake of it. Generally, most security people want to help other people come through. partly because there are lots and lots of open jobs. Often the whole industry is looking to hire good people, and there needs to be a conveyor belt of people. We need to bring people through, and it's not just through universities, it's not just through people transferring from different careers, but there's also things like apprenticeships. You don't have to have a degree to be able to get into security. We've got, I think, 2 of our apprentices, I think, maybe here today. So there's definitely schemes like that out there that a lot of organisations are offering. Key thing is, for me, in security, you've got to be passionate about it. You might not be passionate about it today, but if you look into it, it's such a broad subject. You might find something that does sort of tickle your fancy, that you think, actually, yeah, do you know what, this is something I want to do more of. So have a go, have a look at it. If you're interested in the technology side of things, try some things out, but know the law first. Do not attack other people's systems. Even if you're just being curious, it is really easy to end up in prison. So know the law, Computer Misuse Act in particular, but there are safe systems out there. There are labs that people offer so that you can try some technology out, but do stay within the law. They're very, very hot on this. So in terms of, just to wrap up, things that I've always been faced in my career, and guess things that I've learnt. First thing is, I've often been told in organisations that I'm not ready. Or, you know, you're not ready for this promotion, or you're not ready for that role, or this, that. For me, that's my cue to leave. Not immediately though. I've never thrown my toys out the pram and gone, right, well that's it, I'm off. But I have always gone in my head, right, this is not the place for me. If you're not ready, you say I'm not ready, I think you're not ready for me. So that is me thinking about, what can I then do over a set time limit. So I tend to set myself a limit of, maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, but I say, right, I am going to squeeze what I can out of this opportunity. I'm going to learn what I can. I'm going to put myself forward for projects, or I'm going to go and deliberately spend more time with people that I don't know enough about their area and what they do, so that I can then use that opportunity as a way of learning. So I've always wanted to challenge myself. Now, am I learning something? I might not be getting promoted, but am I actually learning something I can use to get a better job elsewhere? And then when that time limit hits, that's it, I'm off and I'm looking for another job. It's always been for me quite as obviously negatives to it, but quite an enabler, having had no safety net, particularly when I was younger, because I've always been thinking about, well, what if I lose my job? And that has helped me to push myself forward. But as I said earlier, not always about qualifications, experience, network, being able to talk to people, being able to develop skills that I didn't always have. Public speaking. I used to be terrible at public speaking. I used to be really bad at networking, at making small talk with people. I'm still not great at making small talk with people, but having done it, having tried things out, I've got a lot better. And every time you're trying things like this out, you will get better. It's incremental, but you've got to sort of keep at it and put yourself in those situations. And my overall approach has always been that I'm running my own business. So this is Joe Da Silva Limited. I've got clients. Now, I'm permanently employed. I've always, well, apart from one contract, I've always been permanently employed. But I'm viewing my employer as my client. I'm a consultant. I'm helping them, but they're also helping me. And I'm looking at what can I learn from this situation? What can I take away? We all know there's no jobs for life. So rather than you being subject to somebody else's whims, take control. And even if that's when you're working in a shop, I worked in a shop, but I took time to learn about stock control, pricing, promotions, things like that, just so that I wasn't just there working the till. I was learning a little bit more about what that business did, how it operated, and then I can take that away into my future career. So in summary, you're running your own business. How are you going to get that next client? How are you going to make sure you can get that next client and you can deliver for them what they need? Squeeze every opportunity dry. Try different things out. Always be hustling. What can I get involved with? What can I be learning? And And security, final point on that, it is really interesting. Have a look into it. It affects all of us because it's not just tech. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Amazing. There's a lot of takeaways that I took from that. How long did he take to do that IBM application? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I don't think I've broken that record yet. I've been close, but 15 minutes is tough, which just shows sometimes there's an opportunity there and you're going to tell yourself, not too sure, do it anyway, right? And I think he made so many great points in terms of squeezing every single opportunity, but my biggest takeaway was see yourself as the business. You're running your own business. And when you see yourself like that, you take everything that you do with hopefully a lot more care. And it's not just like, oh, I'm just supporting them to do something. No, this is about you and where you want to go as well. So I think there were so many gems in there. So our next and final speaker for this section is Veena. And Veena studies software engineering and computer hardware at Coventry University. And when she graduated, she joined Telent. And over the last 6 years, she's risen up the ranks. And she's now a group network and security engineer that's currently based within the cybersecurity industry. So she works on mission critical networks to provide 24/7 service for her company and to keep the employees and the customers safe from essentially any cyber attacks. And since she started studying when she was kind of an undergraduate, she's been passionate about volunteering in STEM, like many of us here today. So she's going to be joining us to speak about that. And it's actually pretty impressive that you have to monitor it 24/7 because, as we said, every 39 seconds, there's what? A cyber attack. So it's a non-stop job. So yeah, please share your story. Tell us how you do it. Let's welcome Veena.
Hi guys, so my name is Veena Kamari. Thank you very much for the introduction, George. You made me sound a lot more glamorous in that introduction than how I actually feel. But no, effectively I'm here today to share my story, my journey, hopefully inspire you guys to have a little bit of a takeaway. We've heard from some phenomenal speakers all day, so even if not from myself and if cyber is not of interest to you, hopefully there's just a little bit of a takeaway that you can take from something. So, meet the speaker. That is I. I am a network and security engineer within the IT and cybersecurity division within Telent Technology Services. Now that's kind of like a new upcoming department that we've had. Cybersecurity was always outsourced within the company where I was at. And so as soon as someone turned around and said, oh, we're going to build out a cybersecurity division, how do you feel about moving there? I was like, that sounds like a new challenge to me. It sounds like a new opportunity. I want to move over. And let's be honest, how often do we hear about cybersecurity, cyber attacks in the news now? It's a hot topic for many companies now. Cybersecurity is pretty much at the forefront of protecting every single company on a global scale. So as soon as I heard that opportunity was there, I was like, I need to leverage this. On the side of that, I'm also part of the Young Rail Professionals. Not sure if anyone's heard of the Young Rail Professionals at all. But effectively, we're a not-for-profit organisation working across the railway industry to promote, inspire and develop the railway industry with the next generation of young talent. I've recently just taken on a new role with them as well as a technical officer, so doing something a little bit more related to my role in cyber. So my journey then, that's a very young version of me. So I grew up in Solihull, which is a predominantly white area. So when I went to school, I was only one of a handful of people of colour. I didn't know anything different other than the community that I was raised in, and from my family perspective, I didn't know anything different. So from primary school, secondary school, going through to college, that's kind of the upbringing that I had. I chose to study IT as part of my GCSEs because I just really enjoyed the topic, and so I decided to continue this going on through to college. But when I left college, as many of the speakers have said, I didn't get the grades that I wanted. I finished on a D in maths, which was awful. And I really enjoyed maths. Like, I genuinely have such a passion for maths and I really love it. And yet I just could not get the grades. So, sometimes you try and you really try and it just doesn't deliver. So when I left college, I decided to take a gap year. I didn't want to rush, and I think that's important. You don't need to rush any decision. It's not a competition of who gets an apprenticeship scheme first, who gets a grad scheme first, who manages to go to university or whatnot. There's no rush. So I decided to take that 1 year to think properly, what do I want to do? On one hand, I really enjoy IT, but then I'm battling with the fact that I don't find it enough of a challenge for me to just want to continue for the next 3 years of my life studying this. So I explored all my options, worked part-time during that year as well, just so I had a little bit of income, didn't need to solely rely on my parents, and I found a course called Computer, Hardware and Software Engineering at Coventry University. Now, this encompassed fundamental engineering maths, computer hardware, software engineering, programming, network engineering, robotics, electronic systems. So it was like a really broad course that touched on many things, and I thought, that sounds like a good opportunity for me to try to figure out exactly what I want to do, and maybe that can help me to make an informed decision for what I want to actually be in the future. Just going back to the last slide, actually, I think it's important to touch base on the fact that when growing up, I was in a white majority area, and that's just based upon geographical location where I grew up. University was the first time where I was put in an environment where I was like, wow, so much diversity around me. And in Coventry University, we have a massive international students. So I had friends from Nigeria, Kenya, India, Hong Kong, China, Eastern European. It was honestly fantastic to meet all these different people, purely based upon the fact as well that they'd gone through different experiences within their own lives. They'd learnt in different ways, they taught me things in different ways, and it's something which I'd never been subject to previously in my life. So then when I was leaving university, I went to all the career fairs that they put on, had a look at all of the stands, saw what graduate schemes and programs were available, and that's where I came across Talent. Now, it was almost like doing like a Uno reverse card, because from being in a very diverse international setting in university, I'd now moved back into a white, male-dominated industry. A lot of senior old people, I remember walking in the doors, and I was the only female graduate on my intake that year, and all of the seniors, all of the people around me were just white men. That was it. Now, I could have let that deter me, walked away, but I see opportunities like this as a challenge. And when I see things like that, it makes me want to do exactly what I'm doing now, share my story, share my experience, so that you guys can keep pushing forward as well. It's about breaking the barriers, essentially, which is what all of us here are here to do, all of us speakers. After doing 2 years of the graduate programme across rail network services, I was headhunted to join that new network and security department that Talent were building out. And that's kind of effectively what I do now in my day job, which I'll touch on a little bit more in a moment. A couple of accomplishments that I had over the past year. So I was also one of the top 5 finalists for the IET's Young Woman Engineer of the Year Awards with Anna and Eneni, if you guys have met her upstairs on the robotics stand. So it was a really, really privileged experience just to be recognised for all the hard work and commitment that I'd put in over my years in the industry. And then this year, April, I won the Young Rail Professionals Volunteer of the Year Award for all of my contributed efforts. So that was chairing up a committee of 14 individuals across the West Midlands region, putting on a whole wide variety of events of all types. That's like ED&I, careers fairs, workshop, outreach, loads of STEM work. And there's going to be loads of pictures for you guys to see on that in a moment. So, a question to throw at you guys as the audience. All these pictures have one thing in common. What do you think a running theme of this picture is? That could be one. Any buzzwords, anything? Yeah? Internet, anybody else? Cyber? Internet was the word that I'm looking for. So often I think we take for granted exactly like what the internet is. We just know that it's there and we know that it works. And I think that's kind of what fascinated me when I first got into the world of engineering, was realising that everything just works, but how? And so that's where I kind of got my passion for networking. So this is what I do. It's a little bit small, so I don't know if you guys can read it. So what does the network and cybersecurity engineer do? Now, as Joe touched on, as George mentioned, cybersecurity is a massive growing field of importance, especially during COVID-19. We saw more people needing to work remotely at home, More people are now reliant on the internet. The demand for technology has really gone through the roof. Everything from smart homes, smart motorways, smart microwaves, smart fridges, smartphones, everything is using the internet. So what do? I look after the corporate network for the company where I work. So that consists of over 30 sites, over 3,000 employees, thousands and thousands of assets. I wouldn't be able to give you the specific figure, but my day job can look anything from sitting behind the desk, doing perhaps a bill of materials for a couple £100,000 of equipment, looking at network designs, to then moving on and suddenly getting roped into a major P1 incident where I have to drop absolutely everything I'm doing and get all hands on deck to mitigate a risk that's effectively there. So, network monitoring maintenance, the 24/7 on-call. Now, I'm not sat behind a computer looking 24/7 at what's going on and looking at all these graphs. I just need my phone on me. So 24/7, I was on call last week, and it's not uncommon for me to get called up at 2 a.m. in the morning. We've had this alert come through, and I'll have to log on and have a look at it. 4 a.m. again on the same day, we've had this alert come through. And I could be up for 2, 3, 4 hours just trying to look into an issue and see exactly what's going on. Why do we do this? Well, the way that I describe a network is it's almost like a bubble. So if you guys are at school, college, university, you're working, as soon as you connect into that network, either by a physical cable or by wireless, you're inside that bubble. Now, you've got to make sure there's no hole in that bubble, because if there is, you leave yourself at risk of being breached. Someone can exfiltrate your data in and out, they can steal your details, they can steal anything. So it's about protecting that. We do that by putting loads of good measures and practices and policies in way, make sure systems, data, it's all up to date and stored correctly. Here are some images of my outreach and volunteering activities. So I do a lot of public speaking, exactly how I'm speaking to you guys today. Ever since I joined university in 2017, I've been a student ambassador. So I've had a real big passion for STEM, doing a lot of public speaking on open days, going out to a lot of schools, and I kind of continued that through into my graduate scheme as well. I built out a work experience program where I brought in a variety of students into the company to send them around into our company to show them exactly what kind of a role you can have in engineering. Now, it wasn't all tech related, because I know someone asked the question before about being in STEM. I sent people to project management courses, I sent people to the design workshops, to the labs, to the finance departments, to understand that there's more to engineering than just being a tech head effectively. I've done some ED&I events where we've had people talk about their own stories, exactly how we're sharing ours today. I've got involved with debate panels and discussions, and yeah, occasionally go out to have the odd pop-up stand at some stations and whatnot with the young rail professionals, where we really try to do some outreach to the public. Emma, you can probably see yourself in one of the pictures over here. But these are some more pictures from the award ceremonies that happened. So the IET Young Woman Engineer Awards, which recognised some phenomenal women across the industry, and then also the Young Rail Professional Awards. So, some closing thoughts from myself. Ask plenty of questions. I don't think that there is anything such as a stupid question. I really, truly believe that. And I think sometimes, especially in the environment that I'm in, there's not people, I don't work with a lot of women. I don't work with a lot of people of colour. And sometimes I've heard it from the people that I mentor that they feel shy or embarrassed to ask because they don't feel comfortable in the setting they're in. I've somehow managed to just step away from that and just try to put in a cap where I think, just ask what I need to ask. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a silly question. If someone asks, that's on them. Go to HR, do whatever you need to do, but that's on them. If you're nervous and you find something challenging, you know that you're pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. And to me, I think that's always a win. Always a win. You never know where life could take you, so grasp every single opportunity that you can. You might have situations that you enjoy. You might come out of it, even with something that, you decide you don't like the opportunity that you took. You realise it's not for you. But either way, it's a win because you've not only learned something about yourself, you're able to shape your own future and your own choices then. One that many people have said today, reach out to the people around you. So whether that's past workers, past lecturers and teachers, your co-peers, your friends, mentors and stuff like us guys today, that's exactly what we're here for you guys to reach out to us, build a relationship with us, follow us on social platforms and whatnot, and reach out to us whenever you want. My door is always open for a conversation, a chat. I mentor people inside and outside of work as well, just to act as a guidance. I also feel that, we have a lack of female empowered mentors within this industry as well, so I'm always passionate to try to help out in that aspect. And share your experience and journey. You guys are sat here today, in the audience. Who knows, one of you guys could be up here in a couple of years performing, and that could be the start of your journey. You just sitting there right now, and one day you've got a whole mass of A to Z to tell the rest of the world. So your journey starts here. It starts now. Just start sharing your story. So that's it.
Cool. Oh, that's perfect. I'll sit here. Did a great job. All right. So what I'll do, so it's not only us two. It's not just me and Vina. We've also got one more person joining us. I'll introduce you. Don't worry. It's all good. I got you. So you've got Niven in cancer. Oh, see what I mean? I do what I do. And his career began in the education industry. He's worked on multiple projects that mostly were around supporting people just like us, 16 to 25-year-olds, to get work, get kind of progress in education and also get training as well. And then he went on to teach maths. Working on multiple different kind of STEM programs. Queen Mary University again came up. Maybe there's something in Queen Mary. Maybe we all need to go to Queen Mary's or so. Because I don't know, I've heard it like 4 times now. And he's also been an advocate for ensuring that young people feel like they can be in the space. And eventually went to the UAE, United Arab Emirates. Basically Dubai and them places, where he kind of saw the cultural shift and went to Dubai Expo 2020, which I've heard a lot about. And then he considered a career essentially in cyber. So that's how he came here. So let's welcome Niven to the stage as well. So you're, I guess, a cybersecurity analyst now within the RS group. Correct. Anything that I've missed that you want to share? Because of course they're going to be asking questions to both of you, but yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've missed much, but I guess... I
tried my best, you know what I mean? I did try.
You got quite a bit of it. But I guess in terms of my background, Afro-Caribbean heritage, pretty much probably been in spaces like you guys many decades ago. And I was just saying to Iz, and obviously people in the building as well, that I would have loved to have been in a space where I could be open, I could literally be sitting where you are and having that experience at your age. I'm guessing that everyone here is obviously between that 16 to 25-year-old kind of age. I didn't have these experiences growing up. So just as everyone else can kind of share, everyone else has shared throughout the day their fantastic experiences and things like that, I'm hoping that I can kind of be the bridge, if that makes sense, because I have a very, well, not basic, but I am an individual of greatness, but everyone has their kind of, their way of trying to climb into a certain space. So I guess I'll probably be the bridge in terms of everyone else here.
Amazing. And with that, I'll open the questions to online, but also everyone in the room. Any questions on cyber? Anyone interested in getting into cyber? Oh, we got one at the back. I've been waiting for one at the back. The man with the shades. You look too cool. You might as well come to the front, ask your question. We've got the microphone. So, is your name Pascal?
Yeah.
We've got another birthday in the room. That's another birthday. Wow. Now we can just say Pascal. Last time it was Wayne or Mo. We can just say that. Sheenie's was yesterday as well. Oh my gosh, you got 2 options. We're going to have to sing happy birthday again. Aye, aye, aye. He wants to lead us. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pascal. Happy birthday to you. Love it. Pascal, now we've embarrassed you. Feel free to ask your question.
I got a shot,
We can't hear you
There's
too
a mic
well.
in here. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. First of all, I just want to say thank you guys for coming up and giving your free time to have these talks with us and answer our questions. I feel we all appreciate it. I just wanted to know, I'm someone who actually wants to get into cybersecurity as well. I've been looking into it and stuff. I just wanted to know, I know you're talking about you went to university and stuff, but do you know anyone or do you know how you can get into the industry without going university route? I know there's a lot of certifications you can get and stuff, but a lot of those boot camps and whatnot also that you have to go through also kind of cost a lot of money. So is that like a cost-efficient way to go into this to the industry?
So basically, it sounds like you're just trying to get into the space, but just not attend university, essentially. Or do you want to?
It's working still. So yeah, I just want to get in my foot in the door. Yeah, 100%. Like,
Oh, so okay.
yeah.
So
But I do want to
many-
work in the industry as well. So I do want to work in the industry too. So
100%. There's many ways to try and get your foot through the door. My story, if I can kind of say it in like 40 seconds or so, I was actually on a boat in Dubai, and that's actually how I kind of gained.
I want to be on the boat in Dubai. You see that? Like, why can't I be on the boat? Right? Yeah.
So I'll be honest. And I was saying as well beforehand that I actually got captured. So it was a BBC program, and I actually got captured. So inside Dubai, I'm actually sitting there like taking pictures on the boat. So the reason why I say that is because you could be in any space, and then you can basically be trying to showcase your talent or your skills in that space. So what I was saying in terms of the boot camp, there's many boot camps that you can actually go. Literally just type in cybersecurity boot camps, and there are many people that are willing to take you on board. Now, the reality behind it is they actually want you because they gain money from you to obviously go on those boot camps. So they will take you regardless. It's just about finding the space, and they're going to be between like 8 to 12 weeks of a course. So if you can dedicate 8 or 12 weeks of your life, I mean, it's not long. I mean, you're young. You look very young anyway. So if you can dedicate that, perfect. I mean, the world is your oyster, as they say. There's no ceiling. The sky's the limit, as they say, but it's not actually the limit. It's whatever you want to do. So literally, when I come around at the back, I'll tell you a few places to go to.
thank you very much. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Vina, do you have any?
Yeah, just to add on to that point, there are quite a few apprenticeship schemes available, as you know, many people have mentioned across other aspects of the industry. I know the company where I'm at has them. That's not a selling point by any means to tell you to join or anything. But if you have a browse online, many companies now create, you know, some form of a cybersecurity apprenticeship.
Yeah, that's a great one. I know.
But a lot of them want like a formal IT background, whether it's BTEC or ICT, GCSE, which I don't have. That's why I was kind of struggling to get into those spaces and stuff. So
Just to pitch in, there's many spaces, like, trust me, there's no no, basically, if that makes sense. You've always got a way, there's always a platform. Even myself, I came from teaching for about 7 years or so, and then just kind of like navigated myself into cybersecurity. So really and truly, I'm not really meant to be here, but it was just a conversation. Like I said, I was on a boat. So if I'm on a boat, you're in a room full of people where you can obviously have that space, that conversation, network, LinkedIn. I'm sure there's other spaces and things like that. So apprenticeship schemes, internships, whatever it is, there's always something available. 100% for cybersecurity.
And if I was you, Pascal, I would ask Niven, is there any opportunities where I can just shadow you, or if there's something? He's here in the room. There's probably people here in the room. I take advantage of every opportunity because he's here. And if he's up here, you can't really say no to supporting you on the journey. So I would say grab the opportunity with both hands. You've got it so close to you now. See if there's anything that you can do. Maybe it might be visiting the office for one day and then that turns into something else. But trying to do that, I think, is great. I've seen a lot of people also get into cyber by, I guess, just doing another career and still having that in the back of their mind. And then now, for example, I know someone's doing it in insurance, so the cyber insurance space. So there's many different ways to do it. But yeah, I would agree. There's never a hard and fast no. Just have to keep pushing. Any more questions? Yes. We've got, is the mic anywhere? Where can we have the, probably not that far back. I think probably use this one. This one here, we've got. Yeah, thank you.
This one's for Vina. What inspired you to do what you're doing now?
What inspired me? I grew up around a household where my dad was the only one working. He had a passion for engineering since he was a kid. I was also very much the tomboy growing up. So I would just break like door handles and just put them back together and things. So I've always been a very like practical, hands-on type person. I think the fact that I'd always enjoyed being on a computer. So when I was young, it was like, you know, dial-up internet connection, where you'd cut off your house phone. So my mum would be there trying to make a phone call, and all you'd hear is like this screeching sound, like just like going down, and it cut off effectively your phone line, so you could use the internet.
They're talking to the wrong audience.
I know, yeah, I think so. So I'd be sitting behind my dad watching him on the computer and things. So engineering's kind of run into the family. I always kind of preferred more the computing side of things. I remember when I was quite young asking my dad for a laptop, which I think he was quite reluctant for until he gave it to me when I was like 10. And that was quite a big thing when you were a kid. Like, we did not need laptops when we were 10 years old, but I was like, I want one. So yeah, I think just having just a little interest, a passion when I was a kid, just in something as small as a computer, and then taking every single opportunity that came my way from the point of school, getting through to university, and harnessing every little, you know, element that was taught to me. So whether it was the electronic side or the robotic side, I explored everything to kind of end up and say, you know what, cybersecurity is where my passion lies at the moment. And I mean, that could change again in another couple of years. You never really know, but that's how I got to where I am now.
Amazing. Do you have any questions online to go for?
Someone's asked, what are the pointers you have for headhunters, so recruitment?
Just go on the boat in the back.
No, that's a good question. It's basically how can you kind of market yourself in the best possible way. And I think what a lot of people have said today, being your own individual, being yourself, being comfortable in your own self as well, your own skin, that's something there that is paramount to me, because obviously being of Afro-Caribbean heritage, being in spaces where you're not even going to be seen, the door's going to be closed before you even, you know, apply. Someone look at my surname and think, well, this guy's got cancer or something, what's going on? This doesn't make sense. But the bottom line is, what I'm trying to say from that is, don't let something block you or stop you from doing what you want to do. I believe that this is a generation where, even though like they say that us as the beforehand, our people are beforehand. Predecessors, there we go, there's the word. I didn't go to school, did I? Clearly.
No, you did, bro.
Yeah.
You did.
Anyway, predecessors, we've broken down certain barriers and doors, which is fantastic. But on a grand scheme, I think that the generation of now, today, have broken down many more that we weren't even able to break down. So I think it's a testament to themselves. So I think just being yourself, making sure you're comfortable in yourself, and literally own the room, as Joe was saying on the call as well. Own the room. You are your own boss. You are your own CEO. Your chairman, you are the only person who can do you. Even if you have a twin cannot do you. AI, obviously, is one of the things there that everyone likes to do, or everyone wants to kind of get involved in and whatnot. Use that to your benefit as well. I shouldn't really be saying that, but use it to your benefit. ChatGPT, I mean, everyone has it on Snapchat now. It's on Snapchat, so ChatGPT, go ahead, use it to your benefit. I didn't have ChatGPT. What's ChatGPT to me? Vina was saying that she had a laptop. I didn't have a laptop in my time. Everyone has an iPad and tablet of some sort. I didn't have that device.
I got this on an internship, leverage. Imagine that.
There you go.
Back in the days.
There you go. So, yeah, again, it's just market yourself, like literally market yourself. And I think Biftu said it as well earlier as well. Be your own person, make yourself look different, make yourself stand out. Actually put down hobbies that you actually are interested in, because you can speak about them as well. Go to different events. Yeah. Eventbrite. I didn't have what's Eventbrite? You can find, this is very, very bad for me to say, but you can find different raves on Eventbrite. So I'm sure you can find some form of networking event on Eventbrite as well. So make yourself marketable to other people, have conversations. Like, there's so many people here. This guy knows Lewis Hamilton. This guy knows I don't know him, you know? So,
No, I got you.
You sure? So
No,
I'm
no,
trying
I'm
to market
joking,
myself
I'm
right now. And you sure? You
I'm
said
joking,
that.
I'm
So I bought
joking.
one of the tickets.
I can't.
Oh.
He's got me on stage. I can't.
I'm fair.
There's too much competition. It's Amma and you. I'll decide.
That's fair though. But just to wrap up my bit, I think it's just market yourself and be yourself, literally.
Amazing. Thank you for that.
I would just add as well, if it is cybersecurity related, remember that there is a demand for it at the moment. Companies want cybersecurity engineers, which means they'll send you on the training, they'll send you on the courses that you need to go on, they'll pay for all of that for you. It's what happens even now. When I have to stay accredited for my jobs, I did an exam 2 weeks ago, which was a Cisco networking professional exam, my second one. And the company paid for that for me because I need it as a requirement for my job. So remember, because there is such a big demand within the industry that we're in at the moment, within IT and cybersecurity, companies will want you. So as long as you've kind of got an interest in it, a bit of a passion, feed on that, and then kind of touching on what you said as well about just finding those relevant networking events. You know, there's a lot of IT tech kind of talks, networking events, similar to this, kind of harness in on those and meet as many people as you possibly can.
Amazing. So, with that said, I think probably going to wrap up this section. There's so much to say, so much to do. I think one of my biggest takeaways here was you are your USP. 100%. But only when you live authentically. Yeah. If not, then it's just the inauthentic version of yourself, and it's hard for that to be the USP. So thank you so much, Vina. And in Cancer. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are coming to a close. So huge round of applause for all the 9 speakers today. Wow. Cool. And for those watching us online, this is now the end of Reflect 2023. Can I get an R? Such is life, we move. But you can get extra content from Sheeny as she explores the event over on RS Socials, and that is at We Are RS Group on Instagram and TikTok. So thank you all for joining us today.
holly, like time costs money, gotta roll it, oh, yeah, these my veins, I probably move slowly on that phone, sit them with the cons, with the icons, but the lies make the better pawns, silly high fawns, on that cry, feel it painted on, see the night long, wonder what I be waiting on, okay. But I still date a guy with a chain, claim that's 24 carats on a slate, tryna figure if I take the money to the grave, could've paid for my sins, pretty far from the end, but still plotting routes to escape my truth, probably got love, but I still need proof, tryna use faith when I'm down to a few, man I should pray, but what I'm gonna say, I'ma be here, feeling me, I'ma be here, friend amazing, I'ma lose, I'ma be here, feeling my, feeling my pain and my tears, feeling me, I'ma be here, call it my time, call it my dear, eyes on God, eyes on you, eyes on fries, not like you, cause I ain't finna beg no one to stay, please. Ask me how I feel amazing blessings. Eyes on God, eyes on you, keep eyes on fries. Came ballet like where's my car? Feeling my. I jumped on my cell like the cup. When I cry, bless I flow. When I die, pray I flow. Said I bleed red, not blue. Had to cancel my ex, that's yours. Devil don't tell me slow. Blessed I ain't even hot you. Saw God kneeling on the floor, knocking on my door, either God or the popo. Keep it on the low, but a tip from my snitch, like my lips when they slip. God see everything, hide my whip, like I'd commit. I might just dip. Cut it with the, ooh, what a night. Thank God that I made it past them days. Still got skeletons dead in my grave. I'ma be here, feeling me, I'ma be here. Friend amazing, I'ma lose, I'ma be here. Feeling my, give me my pain and my tears. Feeling me, I'ma be here. Call it my time, call it my dear. Eyes on God, eyes on you, eyes on fries, not like you. Cause I ain't finna beg no one to stay, please. Ask me how I feel amazing blessings. Eyes on God, eyes on you, keep eyes on fries. Came ballet like where's my car? Feeling my.
Stop. Me if you think that you can take that pressure. Setting levels, paper driven, and that's my only blessing. Hope has risen, shown a vision is but reality. With meaning and value, I spit this wisdom. Open to these steady bets, but risky ones will evidently get us where the pennies rest. Truth be told, I spend it when I get it. Watch your 20 step. Not because I'm sentenced, but we never know how many's left. Days are numbered, wonder why I used to say I wanted this, but now I'm older. Life has given me confidence. The complications a burden, but now I know what longing is. Failure isn't an option, but making it is obvious. My sister's talented, kinda lacks a drive, but she's arrogant. Brother's a genius, but his wisdom makes him arrogant. Older sister, I miss her, but similar, she's arrogant. I guess it's thanks to Sharon, I'm no different, look, I'm arrogant. Approach me if you think this is an accident. Back on track of things, but my delivery is passionate. People laugh when I said I would spit about what is happening, but now they ask me how I get the visions that I'm capturing. Live it like the balance on my side when I get challenged. Now I'm open if it happens to be value to my status. Now it's overly apparent when I rap, they look embarrassed. Only facts I can recite because I actually live what happens.
This vibe I feel be motivating, no setbacks this time. I'm about to show my mom I got this, I can do this life. That's why I'm trying. I'm trying to get up, no excuses. Trying to convince myself I can do this. Trying to show myself I'm in control. Trying to show you that I wanna go. I wanna go far away. I wanna make it today. I wanna stack up my pay. I wanna give to my mom what she gave, just to make sure we were safe.
Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. I love these slow types, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Wisdom is what I speak as if this is my only hour. Slow type, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Picture me sitting differently, living like this is ours. I could be fine dining, wine and a white line on my cycle, my name shining. Ride with a dope type and display all my faux diamonds. Hustle openly greeted, keeping them on the edge of the seats like I fit the streets, but my dream is so far from similar. Living largest perimeter base, and if you consider accomplishments on a scale, they can change. Cause that's an image in itself, and if they're really feeling it, then there's no limit to this wealth. My hustle went unnoticed. From the depths of my stone, I constructed my own token. Parted ways with the jokes and got in while the vibe's open. Spinning the lines woven like wintry times chosen. I think this is my focus. My limit is sky broke, and lyrically I'm woke. And if I live by road, the vision is spike road. It's like a message to myself, and if they're really feeling me, then I don't really need much else. I love these slow types, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Wisdom is what I speak as if this is my only hour. Slow type, something from the soul type. Struggle from the home, but the home's got its own vibe. Looking like it's on, right? I might switch up the game and shy. Picture me sitting differently, living like this is ours. Grinding, don't trust the road. I said I'm grinding, don't trust the road. Grinding,